Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 2024 Council Agenda Briefing. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of the land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and to their elders past and present. I would like to advise everyone that the audio of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube, and I request that everyone turn off their mobile phones, and I remind you that audio recording of the meeting proceedings and photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted. Councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality, and are requested to activate their microphones when addressing the meeting. So I declare this meeting open at 6 p.m. and items for council, agenda items 2, 3, 6, 7, 8.1, 8.2, 9, 11, 13 and 14 will be dealt with at the ordinary council meeting to be held on the 24th of September 2024. That brings us to item number 4, attendance 4.1. Apologies. We do not have any apologies. However, I have received a message from Councillor Nick Coveney, who has said that he is running a little bit late this evening. Item 4.2, approved leave of absence. Mayor Greg Milner is on an approved leave of absence for the period of 12th of September 2024 to the 22nd of September 2024 inclusive. and Councillor Glenn Cridland is on leave for the period of 12th of September 2024 to the 13th of October 2024 inclusive. Item number 5, declarations of interest. Mayor Greg Milner has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1. As I am a former co-patron of Wasp Hockey Club, I have also attended a number of South Perth United Football Club events over the years. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has also declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1, as myself and my family are members of Wasps Hockey Club, and my involvement extends to numerous committee positions, one of those being president. I am currently the Minky coordinator, and I was guest at a dinner at Wesley College recently. Councillor Bronwyn Waugh, I have declared a partiality interest in item 10.1.1 because my son attends at Wesley College. Mayor Greg Milner has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.2 as I am the patron of the Hensman Park Tennis Club and former co-patron of Wasp Hockey Club. I have formed relationships with a number of the community groups and sporting clubs that may have an interest in this item. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has declared an impartiality interest in item 12.1 as one of the nominated persons for the local heritage survey review is known to me as a neighbour, and I was a guest at a dinner at Wesley College recently, and my children attend Kensington Primary School. And Mayor Greg Milner also declared an impartiality interest in item 12.1 as some of the proposed listings either include or are adjacent to or are across the road from properties that are owned or indirectly owned by persons who contributed to my re-election campaign in 2023. I'm told that that is also a financial interest. Does any other councillor have any interest that they wish to declare? Yes, Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Waugh. So I've got a partiality interest for item 10.1.1. My sons attend Wesley College and have played for Wasps Hockey Club, and my husband is a Wesley College old boy and has also played and coached for Wasps Hockey Club in the past. I also have an impartiality interest for item 12.1. Some of the heritage places listed in the draft local heritage survey are known to me by past or present association, and some of the landowners, associates or residents of some of the heritage places listed in the draft local heritage survey are or may also have been known to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Are there any other declarations this evening? No? Okay, we'll move on to item 8, presentations. So 8.3, we have a full list tonight. We have 21 speakers and each of you will have up to 10 minutes in total to address the council. Given the large number of deputations this evening and to ensure a respectful and efficient meeting, I kindly ask that while everyone's insights and perspectives are valuable, please keep comments concise and to the point, and to avoid unnecessary repetition of points already covered by other declarations. And please remember to remain polite and respectful. Thank you. So the first speaker I'd like to call up is Ms. Cecilia Brooke of South Perth, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, councillors and all city staff. I speak on behalf of the City of South Perth Residents Association in support of the city's recommendation not to proceed with the option to lease for Wasp Hockey Club. I would like to point out that there are currently 46,991 people living within the City of South Perth, and this figure is projected to grow to 67,497 by 2046. In our view, it is absolutely imperative to honour our public open space for this current generation and for generations to come. Following the detailed feasibility study, the city deemed the project was not feasible, and proponents subsequently agreed with the city in writing. On that basis alone, we are concerned that best practice has not been demonstrated should council support the option to lease. CROSPER is also concerned that further expenditure of ratepayer funds on a non-viable project does not demonstrate the financial responsibility ratepayers would expect from the city. The parties benefiting from this option to lease is WASPs. However, the potential hockey development will benefit WASP and Wesley College should their association continue. Not only has endorsement of the option to lease motion continued the financial outlay, but also perpetuated the considerable uncertainty for the city's ratepayers. In particular, the ratepayers, residents and sporting groups currently using Collier Reserve, along with the local residents and environmental advocates. We previously asked the city if an option to lease would set a precedent for private institutions and sporting bodies to have exclusive use of public land. The city responded by saying all proposals would be assessed on a case-by-case basis, but their preferred option would be an expressions of interest process. However, approval of this development would set a precedent for any other future applications of this kind. The club's expectation on ratepayers to pay millions for the infrastructure works to support a single-use facility that offers no benefit to the broader community and does not align with the city's strategy of shared facilities and is surely a product of a DFS that did not meet the club's expectations. The city confirmed via the feasibility report and subsequent discussions with the proponents that a commitment from the city is sought to fund any required car parking upgrades, sports lighting for the synthetic turf and grass hockey pitches, sinking of the above-ground power lines, as well as a contribution to construction of a clubhouse. Initial estimates for these exclusions tally over $2.5 million. The city has also advised that there are no funds currently set aside in the city's 10-year financial plan for hockey facilities or the above works, and the city has a number of other capital works priorities that will potentially compete for funds against these works. We note that the city's commentary in June 2023 was the state government's decision to approve $135 million in funding for a high-performance hockey centre at Curtin University campus will likely diminish the ability to source the state government funding required to establish another synthetic turf hockey facility nearby. We maintain our view that this council continues to kick the can down the road given the high likelihood that WASP cannot meet their funding requirements. Public open space comprises the freely accessible areas that support the functions of recreation, relaxation, socialisation, organised sporting activities, informal play and environmental protection. Should this proposal be approved, this area will no longer be freely accessible. A fence will be required for restricted access. Prospera is deeply concerned about the decline in accessible public open space. The city has been working on a revised public open space strategy to accurately assess the current availability of such space. Although this work is not yet finalised, the most current draft figures suggest that we have approximately 4% local public open space across the district compared to the recommended 10%. With the recent adoption of Local Planning Scheme 7, which will bring considerable urban infill, any loss of accessible public open space would deprive the existing and ever-increasing city population of this enormously beneficial amenity, an amenity the city already fails to provide the recommended area as per resident. The 2011 Public Open Space Strategy identified Collier Reserve as holding significant potential for a planting program to increase tree canopy with minimal investment. This would increase biodiversity and enhance sustainability of the reserve, encouraging further use by residents with increased shade provided in the summer heat. Importantly, this document states that open spaces need to be managed in the public interest and never be sacrificed for public influence or gain. Wesley are a private institution and via their arrangement with WASP will benefit greatly through increased sporting offerings to potential students at the expense of the city's residents. It is worth noting that less than 400 WASP members live in the city of South Perth, that is less than 1% of the city's population of over 46,000 people. The use of Collier Reserve for an exclusive use scenario is not a fair or equitable use of the city's land for the remaining 99% of ratepayers and residents. Given the city is an older, established inner city district, there are little or no opportunities for the city to provide public open space for its entire community. It's crucial to maintain Collier Reserve under the management of the City of South Perth. This ensures that community groups, including minor sporting clubs that lack resources and connections that WASP enjoy, can lease the space directly from the city. If WASP succeeds, the management right of this land will change, with opportunities for existing user groups dramatically reduced or eliminated altogether, given the proposed WASP Wesley usage detailed in the DFS. The approval of the proposal would result in Wesley College, a private institution, gaining commercial benefits from a public area via their potential joint venture agreement with WASP. WASP and Wesley already have management rights to a significant portion of the city's public land, noting the hockey club already has a 21-year lease on Richardson Reserve. Wesley College currently has a 21-year lease on Collins Oval, which is adjacent to Collier Reserve. The college has recently received support from the city and the Department of Biodiversity to effectively double the footprint of their rowing shed on the foreshore at the eastern end of Sir James Mitchell Park for its own exclusive sporting activities. Wesley have expressed interest for preferential allocation at Elm Street if public open space should become available as a sports space. The sport and recreation industry guidelines recommend a catchment ratio of 1 synthetic turf per 75,000 residents. The city's population is not estimated to reach that level even by 2040, so the apparent need for WASP to have their own synthetic turf and co-located facilities appears more of a desire. WASP has the option to remain at Richardson Park to utilise the 6 grass turfs and the clubhouse they currently lease, and then also utilise the synthetic turfs at the High Performance Hockey Centre once the $135 million upgrade is complete. Let's not forget that in the latest budget, the city has allocated $1.3 million for sports lighting upgrades and $740,000 for change rooms and toilet upgrades at Richardson Park. WASP would directly benefit from these improvements. Staying at Richardson Park makes financial sense for both the club and the city. We urge Council to vote against the option to lease in the interest of the city's 46,000 ratepayers and residents, not the 1% who already have a clubhouse and grass turf and will be able to utilise the international state-of-the-art hockey facilities that are to be provided at Curtin University for all its training and purposes. In closing, may I say that COSPRA strongly supports the officer's first recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Brooke. If you could just wait there one moment. Councillors, does anybody have any questions? Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Ms Brooke, for your deputation. You submitted that you speak on behalf of COSPRA. Could you please let me know when your group met to discuss and vote on its position in relation to this item published 4 days ago?
Sorry?
You've just submitted that you speak on behalf of COSPRA. Can you let me know when your group met and discussed the position and voted on it for this item that was released 4 days ago?
We met about 3 weeks ago.
This was published 4 days ago.
Sorry?
10.1.1 was published, I think, 4 days ago on Friday.
No, but we knew this was coming up.
Okay. What was the motion that COSPRA passed in relation to item?
That's not public information at this stage.
Can you let me know the number of members that voted for and against it that you
It
represent?
was a committee decision.
Let me know the number of members on that committee.
There were 8 of us.
Right, thank you.
Does any other councillors have any questions for Ms Brooke? No? Okay, thank you, Ms Brooke. Okay, I apologise if I get the pronunciation of this right. Our second speaker this evening is Ms Kendall BQ of Carlisle. If you could please make your way to the front. Ms BQ is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1.
Respectful greetings to all of the council members and staffers. I thank the City for recommending against leasing part of Collier Reserve without fully considering the cumulative impacts of various development proposals on our endangered wildlife, particularly black cockatoos. I'm speaking as a lifelong fan of black cockatoos. I was raised in Como, as a former long-term resident of the City of South Perth and a current resident of the neighbouring town of Vic Park. In my 20-year career as an environmental scientist, I've been privileged to work with leading experts on black cockatoos and I've volunteered with rescue and rehab organisations. A close friend of mine who couldn't be here tonight dedicates her retirement to rescuing black cockatoos and transporting them to Perth Zoo for treatment. The numbers that she reports are staggering and getting worse every month. The 3 species of black cockatoos in southwest WA are all unique to our region, and they are all classed as endangered, likely to become extinct. More than half of the total population of Carnaby's cockatoos has been lost since the 1960s, and their range has reduced by more than 1/3. But we've always been lucky enough to see them here. They've always been a vital part of South Perth, and we are at real risk of losing them. These cockatoos have adapted to feeding on introduced pine trees as the native vegetation has been cleared. My mum recalls visiting the Como pine plantation as a child and seeing the sky turn black with Carnaby's. What remains of those pines is now one of the most important roosting sites in Perth, the Curtin Mega Roost. To try and prevent their extinction, Carnaby's cockatoos are the focus of a recovery plan which defines vegetation that provides food resources and night roosting, like the Curtin pines, as critical habitat. The plan emphasises that while planting helps over the long term, preserving current habitat is significantly more effective. The recovery plan calls for protecting and regenerating important feeding and roosting habitats during planning decisions and increasing these areas through native vegetation planting. The city has planted 792 new plants this year and 1,091 last year, which is wonderful. They will take a long time to become used by black cockatoos. Can the council confirms that it understands the importance of retention of the existing vegetation as well as planting new trees as part of its responsibility to protect the Carnaby's population in line with its own strategic community plan and relevant laws? These birds thrive in large flocks and they mate for life. They migrate to the wheat belt to breed in ancient trees which are now scarce. Rescue and rehabilitation numbers are rising, with Perth Zoo receiving an alarming number of injured birds from car strikes and raven attacks. First-hand reports of a significant spike in birds coming in from Technology Park area this year. What's more concerning is that emaciated Carnaby's are now being rescued. They're coming in weighing less than 2/3 of their ideal body weight. We have evidence that they are starving. The Perth Peel population of Carnaby's cockatoos makes up the majority of the species. Any impact that we have on our local birds will affect the entire species. The Curtin Roost and the Corallia Wildlife Corridor are critical to their survival. The area is a known hotspot for vehicle strikes, which is why traffic warning signs are installed. Carnaby's cockatoos, being very large and slow to take off, face significant risks from increased traffic due to the proposed hockey development. These risks have not been addressed. The introduction of artificial lights could disrupt their ability to roost nearby, and these potential impacts have not been considered or studied. The City of South Perth's strategic community plan prioritises environmental sustainability, yet the feasibility study for the hockey development largely ignores that entire section to focus on the benefits of improvements to man-made sporting facilities that will only be made available for use by one group within the community. It is important to consider the roost and the Corallia Wildlife Corridor holistically. There's a lack of consideration of biodiversity in this particular proposal, but it also applies to other proposals like the Collier Park Golf Course redevelopment and Development WA's Kensington Urban Regeneration Project. Available information overlooks the impacts on Carnaby's or environmental policies or priorities, or any alignment with Strategy 3.3.1 to maintain and improve our biodiversity. The importance of pines, roost sites and the wildlife corridor is ignored in a scattergun approach to these proposals. I've found no reference to the roost in any supporting documents that I've read. In response to CSIRO modelling predicting a population crash due to the loss of food resources, the state government has now halted the last of the harvest of the pines at Nangara. The South Perth pines deserve that same recognition and protection. Black cockies are fighting a death of 1,000 cuts. These proposals are part of several blades that threaten feeding and roost sites for carnabies if they involve tree loss. This is how carnabies go extinct in areas. A bit of loss, another over there, and pretty soon you end up with vastly less than what these birds need to survive here. We need to let them recover so we can keep them part of the fabric of our city. We face a choice. We can manage carnaby's cockatoos to extinction, meaning that future generations of South Perth won't see them, or we can build landscapes that support their recovery. Supporting recovery means preserving our vital pine trees. The pine cones mature in January, which is when the carnabies are returning from their breeding sites with their hungry chicks. Along with building improvements to golf courses, parklands and hockey fields, we need to be building more food, water and roosting resources into the landscape so that our carnabies can recover and our kids and grandkids can see and love them too. We need to make sure we have carnabies to visit the actual brilliant watering stations that we've installed around the city. Carnabies have shown resilience, but evidence shows they are nearing their limits. We have a responsibility to use evidence available when we are making planning decisions. I trust the Council will act with integrity and prioritise the preservation of this iconic species and act on behalf of the whole community, not just some. One day, our children will ask where our black cockatoos went. What will we tell them? That the improvements we made to their playing fields came at the expense of an entire species. My kids love playing mini golf at Collier Park and they love seeing the black cockatoos there. They want these birds to stay a part of their world. I don't think that we have the right to take that away from them. My mum remembers the sky turning black with hundreds of carnabies. My kids get excited when they see one, and that to them, more than 10 birds is a big flock. Approving any development that destroys habitat could be the final blow for all three of our black cockatoo species. Let's ensure that future generations can enjoy these birds in South Perth, in their backyards, not just in zoos or in murals painted on walls. Let the preservation of the carnaby's cockatoos be a legacy that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Ms Beku? No? Thank you. If you could please take your seat. The next speaker we have this evening is Dr Sue, Gilliatt from Salter Point, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, councillors and city officers. In June 23, the city's administration recommended and council endorsed not progressing the synthetic hockey pitch. To those of us in Salter Point, this made good sense. 15 months on, though, we are here again. And yes, the SPCG supports again the city's second-time recommendation not to grant the option to lease the proposed hockey development. We can put forward numerous arguments in support of the officer's recommendation, not the least of which is the city's preference for WASP to use the future Curtin Hockey Centre a kilometre away. However, tonight our arguments relate to three main points. The first is the loss of already depleted public open space. The second is the concept of fencing synthetic hockey turf and sporting facilities for the exclusive use of the members of one sport group. That's unsupportable. And thirdly is about the cost of the estimated $14.8 million, if built today, for a single sport facility, plus the several impartiality disclosures mean that ratepayers of Salter Point that we've spoken to view this as initiative as failing to pass the pub test. In respect of public open space, should such a development eventuate, We know that it means a loss of public open space within the city, which already fails to provide the recommended level. Data from the city suggest 4 of the 7 localities in South Perth have less than 3% public open space. This includes Salter Point and Como, where Collier Reserve is located. Having canvassed our members, we can't locate a single person within our sphere of reach who thinks it's a good idea to lose accessible public open space to enclosed single-use WASP facilities. There's an abundance of material written about the importance of public open space. Of relevant, 3 key points. Competition for public open space is stronger than it's ever been. Opportunities for developing new public open space in South Perth are negligible, and public open space, as we know, needs to be managed in the public's interest and not given over to a narrow purpose. Depending on the final layout of these plans, over 30% of Collier Reserve may no longer be accessible to the community. On the second point of the single and exclusive use, community sport and rec facilities for multi-use as well as maximising shared use of facilities is now best practice. For the SPCG, the proposed single exclusive use is anathema, especially given that only last year WASPs had gained a renewed 21-year lease over Richardson Park. The Community Rec Facilities Plan identifies indoor multi-sports courts at George Burnett and other locations as priority projects. Existing users of Collier Reserve include soccer clubs, baseball clubs, junior cricket, casual users, dog walkers, all of whom will lose out by an exclusive use turf and clubroom. With multi-use facilities in mind, the single use by a hockey group privileges approximately 400 WASP members who reside in the city. Further, of note, nearby Como Secondary College has incorporated a synthetic turf hockey pitch as part of its proposed master plan. The question is, I guess, are councillors aware of this, and if so, taking it into account when they make their decision? We acknowledge the separation between local authorities and councillors and state government departments, but in order to meet the needs best for a community, surely it's incumbent upon the city and councillors to ensure they have the latest information before voting. There's a hint of the absurd with the prospect of 3 synthetic turfs within a few kilometres of each other. On to the expense and impartiality disclosures. The facility expense, as we know, is estimated to be $14.8 million based on the so-called detailed feasibility study. WASPs, who we understand, has a wish list of items for ratepayer contribution, yet by design will exclude some of these very same ratepayers, unless, of course, they take up hockey. If this new facility is built, any ratepayer contribution will be on top of WASP benefiting from the lighting upgrade you've heard mentioned before and the toilet and change room upgrades at Richardson Park, which are budgeted and endorsed for this 24-25 financial year. They will benefit from that before they move to the new facility, should it be built. What should concern all ratepayers is the city's continued opposition to the hockey facility on the basis that a high-cost single-user asset on Crown land vested in the city presents significant long-term financial risks, including significant operating costs, increasing maintenance costs as the asset ages, and potentially the inheritance of ongoing or decommissioning costs if the club is unable to maintain the facility. We also understand that councillors may vote on this matter even if they have declared an impartiality interest. In fact, the majority, 5 of 9 of this council, have declared an impartiality interest. On the one hand, some were just the usual family members associated with Wesley, but on the other, 2 members of council have held significant roles within WASPs. One, a former co-patron, the other, the president. Indeed, the now past president, as you've heard, is currently on the WASP committee in the role of Binky Grad's coordinator. This certainly does not feel impartial, and the optics...
Please.
And the optics regarding this are unfavourable to council, irrespective of so-called bylaws permitting vote participation once an interest is declared. Whether you campaigned for your election based on your association's contacts and singular issues, once you are elected, you still have a duty to the entire community.
Please withhold your applause. Thank you.
To review so still have a duty to the entire community to review and vote in line with city policies and recommendations. Otherwise, the integrity of individual councillors and the voting process may be perceived as compromised if strong associations cloud abilities to separate support for individual causes from decisions which should be based on current best practice for the benefit of the entire community. Councillors can, of course, recuse themselves where a relationship is so significant. In our view, that is the most transparent and appropriate thing to do in this case. This revisited motion has prolonged the energy, time and money spent by the city and community unnecessarily, and has meant continued uncertainty for the amenity of residents who live within the vicinity of Collier Reserve. Benefit to the entire city community cannot be established from the restriction of this public open space to a select few in what would be a duplication of a nearby facility at least confirmed for upgrade at Curtin. Hence our deputation here tonight in support of the city's recommendation to not grant the option to lease for Collier.
Thank you, Ms Gilliatt. Now, are there any councillors who have any questions? No? Okay, thank you. You may take your seat.
Thank you.
I'm just going to take this opportunity to ask people to remain respectful while the speakers are speaking. They only have 10 minutes within which to speak, and I would like them to be able to use that opportunity to speak. And now I will call the next speaker. Thank you. Mr Max Smekura of Como, who is also speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. If you could take your seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. I support the City of South Perth's response to notice of motion Sports Spaces Collier Reserve, option 1, not to grant an option to lease. WASPs have the opportunity to use a state-of-the-art modern $135 million facility located at the Australian High Performance Hockey Centre. Instead of directing resources to facilitate this amazing opportunity, WASPs continue to pursue their dream of occupying one of the few remaining public open spaces in the City of South Perth. To meet the conditions that would enable WASP to exercise an option to lease Collier Reserve, have WASP considered the enormous effort necessary to meet both the conditions precedent to exercise the option and the ongoing conditions should they be successful? What would that entail for WASP? The high level, and I think it was a high level report, people can disagree, the high level land fear report provided an estimated cost of around $14 million, of which Wesley College are assumed to contribute 50%. I could be wrong, but I believe that's the case. The remainder was to come from WASP, who admitted they had around $100,000 in their account in 2023. The cost estimate in the land fear report considered inflation through to 2024. Given that we are now in the last quarter of 2024, these costs will further escalate. Starting this project in the next 2 years, we'll see an increase of costs pegged to inflation. As well as inflation, there is an acknowledged shortage of tradespeople, and many builders and construction companies are failing to meet their contractual obligations as a result. This presents a tangible risk for WASP, as in this context, that WASP have the task of raising capital. Sorry, I've messed myself up. This presents a tangible risk for WASP. It is in this context that WASP have the task of raising capital and demonstrating that they can meet the ongoing operating and maintenance costs. To enable a lease to be granted, WASP must get approval from, among other government departments, the Minister for Lands, and meet the compliance and planning requirements of the state and the city. Compliance costs are not limited to sourcing and paying for expert consultants, negotiating construction contracts, paying for legal representation and documentation, negotiating with insurance brokers and paying premiums, engaging and paying for land surveys, and sourcing environmental experts to provide compliance reporting. None of these activities associated with the provision of and meeting compliance requirements are free. Project managing all of these tasks involved is onerous and requires a high degree of skill and discipline to navigate successfully. In my experience with projects over many years, it is inevitable that there will be delays resulting from material and labour shortages, cost variations arising from rise and fall, and the negotiation of other contentious issues during the construction and commissioning. Many projects are not delivered on time or on budget, notwithstanding initial planning. I'm concerned that WASP do not have the expertise in-house to manage this project. The cost of sourcing and conducting project management will also need to be met. The City declares a significant risk to the ratepayers should WASP fail to meet their obligations over time. But it will fall to the City to meet the costs and relinquish the lease. For the City to meet the cost means finding the funds from the ratepayers. However, it is understood that Wesley College, through their Memorandum of Understanding with WASP, may underwrite any or all of the financial commitments enabling WASP to meet the conditions of both the option to lease and the lease itself. If this is the case, who would be accountable for any financial shortfall that results from the collapse of a project, should that occur? Would this be Wesley College, the partial, full financial underwriter, or WASP, who would be without funds, or would this revert to the City of Perth and hence onto the ratepayer to cover any shortfall? Does this also mean that Wesley College become the de facto lessee without incurring any responsibility for terms and conditions of the lease signed by WASP? There's no such thing as a free lunch. WASP and the ratepayers of South Perth would be far better off if WASP were to genuinely embrace the offer afforded to them by the Australian High Performance Hockey Centre. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Smakura. Councillors, do we have any questions? No? Okay, thank you. You may take your seat. The next speaker this evening is Ms Elizabeth Duguid of Lesmurdy, who is speaking against the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1.
Thank you, councillors, council staff. My name is Lizzie Duguid and I have been a member of the WASP Hockey Club since 2012, and until recently I owned a property in which I resided in the city of South Perth. Today I would like to make a deputation against the agenda item 10.1.1. I've been a WASPie for 13 years, but I was born and raised in Darwin, and I played hockey from the age of 8. My mum played and so did both my siblings. Apart from our poor dad, who was a soccer tragic and would often despair over our choice of sport, we are a hockey family and a close-knit one, just like so many of the families at WASP Hockey Club. My brother moved to Perth to study and joined WASPs. I followed and then my sister. It's just my sister and I here now, and honestly, I'd be devastated if she left. As much as I understand, I'd be incredibly sad, but I know it would be my WASP family that would pick me back up. Because sporting clubs and communities truly have that power. This club has in so many ways become a second family to me here in Perth. And I'll tell you one of a story that this song particularly true. It was the Christmas period only a few years after I'd moved to Perth. And for me, Christmas had always been a period of spending time with my family. But this year I was unable to travel home due to hockey commitments. So one of the WASP families, actually our former president, Mark Kerrigan, invited me to help set up their Christmas tree. It was such a special moment for me and truly made me feel at home when I was feeling so homesick. Anyone who knows me knows how I will avoid talking about my own achievements as much as possible. However, if it helps to add credibility to my words today, then I'll try to put my own embarrassment aside. I've been fortunate enough to represent Australia in both outdoor and indoor hockey, and I'm a current member of the WA outdoor team, the Perth Thundersticks. When I first moved to Perth, it was on a scholarship with the national program. I had the opportunity to train with the Hockeyroos, something I dreamed of for a long time. As much as it was an opportunity of a lifetime, it was also really hard. We didn't get a lot in terms of financial support, and that still very much is the case with almost all players either working or studying outside of training and making various sacrifices to live like an elite athlete. As I mentioned before, for me, that meant being away from my family. When I was in the program, we'd start training at 5:30 a.m. to allow people to get to work before often doing gym later in the afternoon. In preparation for Paris this year, the teams had late afternoon sessions to allow players a better balance with work and study. Whilst I'm fully supportive of this because I know firsthand how difficult it can be, the impact on the PHS home clubs was significant. The times the national teams trained this year had in previous years been when our juniors trained. As a result, we were given the leftovers, and it ultimately meant fitting even more teams on one turf, and even resulted in some junior teams opting to not train at all. Even with the expansion planned at Perth Hockey Stadium, there is no guarantee that we wouldn't continue to be deprioritised in favour of national or state team requirements. As another example, this weekend just gone was the end of the club season, with grand finals for the Premier and Junior grades played on Saturday. The junior team that I coached with my sister made it through to the grand final, and the girls were understandably very excited. When talking about what would happen if they won, they spoke about being disappointed by only receiving a flag that, in their words, they would probably never see again. This was sadly true. Even when we hang flags in the club rooms during the season, our junior teams from this age group and above do not train or play at Richardson Park, and so would rarely, if ever, see that flag that they so deservedly won. They wouldn't get the chance to reminisce or point it out to their friends, an accomplishment that they should be proud of. I think you just can't value highly enough the importance of aspects like this in motivating kids in continuing to play sport. The other problem with our grand final on the weekend was it was between us and Vic Park, two home clubs of PHS, but was scheduled by Hockey WA to be played at the UWA turf in Mount Claremont. It also happened to clash with our senior women's twos grand final, which was played at PHS, so neither team was able to support each other. Again, it would have meant the world to these young girls to have their role models watch and cheer them on. And vice versa, they did not have the opportunity to watch a team they might play in one day compete in their biggest match of the year. I recently learnt that unlike the boys who attend private schools playing in school hockey, the girls playing in an equivalent comp train and play on grass. So our young WASP girls are particularly disadvantaged by our lack of turf. In saying that, they do remarkably well, and we still have many young WASPs making state teams. I can only imagine how many we'd have if they had equal opportunity to their peers. I've coached a lot of junior teams over the past. I'm the club's current turf coordinator and was previously the women's vice president for our premier teams. Volunteering is such an important part of community level sport, and it was something that I learned from role models in the Darwin hockey community as well as my parents. Over my 13 years at the club, I've been incredibly proud to see so many of our juniors that I coach now volunteering themselves in various ways. Again, I can only imagine how many more volunteers we'd have if the next generation were in a closer proximity to a whole club of role models, something which could be achieved with a single home of turf, grass and club rooms. Growing up in Darwin, hockey was a fairly strong sport, but with a small population, every player from our youngest to oldest had the chance to train and play on turf. I didn't appreciate back then what a privilege that was. Finally, the saying goes, home is where the heart is. But without a true home for our whole club, our heart is splintered, longing, and not truly whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Dugard. Any councillors wishing to ask any questions? No? Thank you. You may take your seat. Okay, the next speaker this evening is Ms Andrea Burnett of Salter Point. Ms Burnett is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. You have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I don't live in Como, but I do visit Collier Reserve frequently with my family as my grandfather lives nearby. And I do very much enjoy the open space and bird life there. I found out about this artificial turf hockey proposal as I follow a number of community groups. And the issue of sustainability brings me to deputise in support of the city's recommendation this evening. Future generations, myself included, will thank you for the planning and sustainable development that you do now. Sustainability is increasingly discussed with respect to climate, environment and waste, and is in fact a key principle of operation of all levels of government and business alike. Whether you are a climate change believer or sceptic is not the issue, but rather minimising our impact on our environment by maximising our sustainable development is. The city's own sustainability strategies strive to, and I quote, minimise the effects that the city development has on the environment and the community. The potential hockey development at Collier Reserve concerns me specifically in relation to sustainability practices. Sustainable development is not just about being innovative on new projects, but also about the rehabilitation, reuse, or optimisation of existing infrastructure. It's about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In this context, can the apparent needs of Wasps hockey be met by making use of the future 3 additional artificial turfs confirmed for upgrade at the Australian High Performance Hockey Centre, in combination with their existing grounds at Richardson Ovals? And, by doing so, are the needs of the broader South Perth community still met? The very real need for accessible public open space will only increase in our city due to continued urban infill. Optimising the use of infrastructure, in this case, the planned and funded stadium at Curtin, would achieve sustainable best practice by avoiding the duplication of nearby sporting facilities and the waste of resources, both financial and material. Sustainable development protects and preserves the ecological processes of our environment required to maintain human health, equity, diversity, and the functioning of natural systems. This includes mitigating impacts on our atmosphere, land, habitat, and water by reducing life cycle waste, balancing natural resource consumption, and supporting climate mitigation and adaptation. Building responsibly to minimise stress on the environment has never been more important, with this past summer being the longest and driest on record, with the impact still evident throughout our city with tree stress and loss. In support of climate mitigation and adaptation, the city has just announced its urban greening strategy and community consultation progress. Directly from the city's promotional literature, urban greening involves retaining and planting trees and vegetation, ensuring our neighbourhoods have adequate shade, UV and habitat during hot weather, UV protection, sorry. Urban greening is an important part of the city's plans to improve the livability of our suburbs and includes all aspects of trees, vegetation, ecosystems and habitat. Urban greening helps make our city more climate resilient, a key component being the retention of existing trees and vegetation. Through urban greening, we create green corridors to provide shade and shelter, habitat for native animals and birds, and provide linkages between reserves. In fact, such a linkage was recommended for Collier Reserve in the city's own Public Open Space Strategy Part 2. In reporting on Collier Reserve specifically, the author recommends that the future reserve planning provide a conduit for biodiversity between Collier Park Golf Club, the Blamey Bushland and the Kensington Bushland. Native fauna and birdlife, particularly, as we've heard this evening, the Carnaby's black cockatoo, would benefit majorly from such conduits. The document describes the lack of tree cover over the majority of the reserve as undermining the long-term sustainability of its use. Given that the whole reserve is uniformly watered, there would be minimal investment in initiating a planting program, and spectators and users alike would benefit from shaded ovals. Given that this same strategy document detailed the vegetation improvements that were made to both Ryrie and Bill Graydon reserves, which have really enhanced these areas, Wouldn't it be beneficial to the community and our wildlife to implement the environmental upgrades recommended to Collier Reserve versus the development of a synthetic turf? Western Australia's Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries website states synthetic surfaces can be up to 40% hotter than a natural field, therefore heating the surrounding environment. There is also the need for the disposal of the turf to landfill and replacement roughly every 9 years. So why would the council knowingly support adding to landfill for the exact same reason that the high-performance hockey stadium would, only a kilometre away? On top of that, today it was released publicly that Como High School has an artificial turf proposed as part of its master plan. So that makes 3 proposed artificial hockey facilities within 1 kilometre of each other. Is this really sustainable development? The removal of existing trees for the development is dependent on the final design. However, it is known that approximately 40 trees are at risk. To even attempt to replace the existing canopy would take decades of growth. This can be avoided by sharing the future synthetic facilities at Curtin and remaining at Richardson to use the grass turfs there. Maintaining existing trees is a long-term investment for the benefit of all, not just planting new trees. Humans and wildlife are cooled by the shade trees provide in our increasingly arid climate. Given that Section 3.1 of the Local Government Act of 1995 requires Council to A, promote the economic, social and environmental sustainability of the district, B, plan for and plan to mitigate risks associated with climate change, and C, make decisions to consider potential long-term consequences and impacts on future generations, I urge Council to support the City's recommendation next week. My generation and those to follow will appreciate your considerate decision-making and efforts to enhance the livability of our city by minimising the waste of limited financial and public open space resources and maintaining and improving our natural environment and biodiversity. Lastly, I'd like to encourage everyone here tonight and listening online to actively participate in the city's urban greening strategy. Please attend the open information pop-up sessions at John McGrath Pavilion and Sir James Mitchell Park to learn about the many things that contribute to a green, cooler neighbourhood and view the current heat and tree canopy maps of our city. Enhanced greening to cool our open spaces, such as Collier Reserve, instead of duplicating an artificial turf facility, will serve us all well into the future. Complete the survey at your say via the website, and together we can help shape the sustainable practices and policies of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Burnett. If everybody could please hold their applause so we can get through as many people as we can. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Ms Burnett? No? Okay, thank you. You may take your seat. Okay, the next speaker is Mr Michael Nind of Cloverdale. Oh, sorry. The next speaker is Mr Michael Morrissey of Como, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
I won't need it. Good evening all. My wife and I are concerned residents of the Collier community, and I'm here to speak against the proposed WASP option to lease motion and in support of the officer's recommendation. This development, would degrade what is currently a livable neighbourhood and community, unfairly impacting the everyday lives and well-being of all residents, including the many families who live in the area. With urban infill underway and population growth continuing, places like Collier Reserve are precious and must be preserved for the entire community. Traffic concerns. The loss of accessible public open space is a significant problem, but it won't be the only issue for the residents in our area. WASP has over 700 members, and their feasibility study suggests that there will be daily and intense use of the proposed hockey facility by Wesley College and the club's 12 playing groups. This would occur during the same playing season as the football club, which has around 300 members and uses the other green space on Thelma Street at Belgrade Oval. Relocating the WASP club to Collier Reserve would nearly quadruple the volume of sport club members travelling on the roads in this area and exacerbate already existing traffic and parking problems. This neighbourhood does not have the infrastructure to support the hockey development. Even with the construction of the additional 150 parking bays recommended in the feasibility study, there would still be nearly 100 vehicles needing overflow parking on our streets. Noise, pollution and the acoustic report. It is understood that the proposed synthetic turf would be available for use between 6:30 a.m. and 10 p.m. during the playing season. The acoustics report from the feasibility study claims that the background noise levels generated by the hockey club would be marginally higher than the current acoustic environment of Thelma Street, which is dominated by vehicle movements. I'd like to point out that while this may be valid during the day, it does not consider that traffic movement at night is minimal after the evening rush hour. Therefore, the noise generated by hockey activities would be more pronounced and disruptive. I also note that the acoustics report was conducted by Herring Stoner, and it is understood that one of the company's directors is George Watts, who was a Manning Ward candidate in the last council election and a vocal supporter of the WASP proposal. I believe there is a conflict of interest and find it questionable that WASP did not seek an assessment from an independent acoustics company. Governance and council leadership. I also find it questionable that some council members with clear conflicts of interest choose to vote when they could have abstained, only to revive the WASP proposal. As a resident of the Moresby ward, like many in the Collier area, I am particularly disappointed and feel unrepresented by Councillor Prendeville, who is an active WASP committee member and a former president of the club. I would like to remind you that you are elected to serve and represent
Excuse
the
me,
entire...
can I just wish to stop you there? I'd like you to remain respectful, please, to our councillors. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I would like to remind the councillors that you are elected to serve and represent the entire Moresby ward and residents of the City of South Perth, not just the 1% of the city's population who are members of your club. Proceeding with this motion presents significant governance and leadership challenges for the council. It sends a message that the needs and preferences of the broader community are secondary to the interests of the specific sporting group. WASP has other options that would ensure the broader community is not deprived of accessible public open space and that residents will not be severely impacted. They can use the hockey high performance at Curtin or perhaps consider building one at Wesley College, the same way that Aquinas has done at their school. The council must demonstrate a commitment to equitable and ethical decision making without personal or political agendas. So I urge you to reject the lease option. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr Morrissey. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Mr Morrissey? No questions? Thank you for your deputation. You may return to your seat. Okay, now the next person we have is Mr Michael Nund of Cloverdale, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. You have 10 minutes and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, councillors, staff. My name is Michael Nund and I have a long time, indeed a lifetime association with South Perth. Been born over the road and more importantly, I went to Wesley College. And I have a continuing lifelong interest in the affairs of the school and I see them as a key player in the issues that we're discussing this evening. I also have a wonderful connection to Collier Reserve by being able to exercise my dogs in a wide open grassed area. My thoughts about this were particularly given by an article in last month's Spectator magazine concerning elite private schools, where the author is concerned about an arms race between these kind of schools and the provision of multi-million-dollar sporting facilities, performing arts centres and the like. He says these facilities are driven by the business of learning, with high fees and league tables and marketing strategies to try and attract more customers to their business by glossy brochures showing wonderful facilities, rather than addressing actual needs of students for learning and for recreation. He particularly emphasises the fact of the need for recreation that is not overly competitive but enjoyable. To me, when I read this, I could see that this proposal that we've been discussing for some time is part of this kind of arms race, a well-resourced school and its strawman partner club wanting more because they can, not because they need. The symbiotic relationship ensures Wesley College has the integrated hockey facility they want, crucially providing 2 grass pitches on Collins Oval, a separate lease that they control, being a user for the Wesley South Perth Hockey Club, as well as being a funding partner to underpin the development. Without Wesley College making the Collins Oval contribution and without its funding, there would not be an option and lease proposal before us. I'm not going to do too much quoting from the feasibility study because I know you're all very familiar with it. But the feasibility study claimed that Wesley needed the facility to improve hockey performance without showing Wesley was underperforming because they didn't have an integrated facility that, well, the new one will be still one they will have to travel to and park at. I think Richardson and Collier's pretty equidistant. And I think perhaps the millions that Wesley College are deploying might be better invested in specialist teachers, in human movement and more bespoke teaching at the school's existing locations. The option and lease agreement that we have before us omits Wesley College, despite nearly all of us knowing that there's a joint venture arrangement underpinned by a memorandum of understanding, which is not binding, and that the matters referred to above impact on that. Perhaps referencing the school in this proposed option and lease might have strengthened the case for the hockey club, but for some reason it's been decided to take a risk and not include them. I recall the school, it was pretty shabby, but it had educational achievement of a high level and a great school spirit. Sport was paid on level playing fields between the schools, but they all had relatively limited facilities. But high-performance facilities were not seen as essential, nor were vanity projects. The feasibility study underlying this proposal, didn't demonstrate how Wesley South Perth Hockey Club members' behaviours would really change through having a single facility. There's some speculation about this, but essentially players will still play and leave and move, and families will go between grounds and codes, and that there will be the usual life going on. And in my experience of the joy of getting a new building, it lasts about 6 weeks. And then it just becomes, it's what we've got. And then all the limitations of the site will start to come into play. The traffic congestion, the competition for lining up for the loos, and the question about getting chips or other healthy and nutritious products. This looks like a field of dreams home. And it's really hard to see that it'll be the genuine magnet that will unite the club and build its numbers. It's really a big gamble, not much better than a big sign saying players wanted in exchange for a colossal cost. The Wesley South Perth Hockey Club did not wish to consider the benefits of improving existing facilities and reducing the burden on the club of having to raise millions and millions of dollars. This is a colossal task, and I don't envy them in the time frame they've got available under the option agreement. Economic times for many people, even the wealthier people, is somewhat stressful, and I suspect unless the club has a magic pudding, a sudden generous benefactor or some other helping hand that might be called school, so that with the advent of this high-performance curtain hockey facility, which I've been to many times as I have a hockey family, not myself, that's going to be paid at huge expense to the public. The existing turfs and clubhouse, at Richardson, they've got all the elements for a successful club without cramming onto one site and taking away scarce open space from the community. The Wesley South Perth Hockey Club appears to be in the grip of one idea, incapable of breaking out into a more realistic way of thinking. And they've been with this idea for such a long time, yet they have not got a committed millions of a fundraising campaign. They don't seem to have anything other than something will pop up. So I think that voting for the officer recommendation to reject the option and lease might be the wake-up call they need to rethink their management and to rethink their whole strategy to be a successful club. That an option is needed, not just going for a lease, demonstrates the arrogance and entitlement of these organisations. Not ready to sign a lease now because the money's not banked, nor the development approval drafted. So it will occur if and when the club chooses. Why should the interests of Wesley South Perth Hockey Club and Wesley College have precedence over the voices and interests of the community? That they believe so reflects their sense of entitlement without paying rates, which is a sensitive matter for the ratepayers, that underpins the option and lease agreement. It's about separating themselves from the Collier community and highlighting their exclusivity. This is an important thing for the school itself, to be an exclusive elite school. So what happens when the footy gets booted over their fence? Please, sir, can we have our ball back? It's going to be the Wesley South Perth Hockey Club's choice as to whether they get the ball back, if anyone's there on the day, or someone booting their soccer ball over or putting their little kite thingy over there. It's this fenced off area that denies the community what they have at a high cost. The council appears in this second round of trying to get this up for them to be really continuing to work for their WASP agenda, not actively promoting the agenda of public open space and broad amenity for all. And indeed, the haste to help Wesley South Perth Hockey Club has precluded any possibility of a public tender for the use of the ground or for the future of Collier Reserve to have options under a city recreation plan. It is disturbing that the option and lease proposal does not address the issues raised by the officers. In the paragraph headed, consultation on the need to consult with regular users and surrounding residents. They only require them to consult with the other licence holders. The regular users and the surrounding residents don't seem to be important. It's disturbing that the high cost risk to the council...
Mr Nine, I'm just letting you know you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
It's all good. It's disturbing, and I'm often disturbed by high costs. It's disturbing that the high cost risk to the council on the paragraph headed financial implications currently remains unknown, let alone the unknown costs that might be incurred by the city just to get this facility going. The haste to issue the option seems reckless without having a better understanding of the city's costs, even if it's a kind of ballparkish or hockey fieldish sort of scope. Of also great concern is the alternative officer's recommendation that throws out all the risks and the need for consultation mentioned above as a surrender to these private organisations. What message does the community get out of this whole proposal as it's written and structured at the present time? I would urge the council to accept the officer's recommendation and keep the Collier Reserve as accessible, public and green space. And I didn't take all my 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Nine. Very good. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Mr Nine? No? Okay, thank you. You're welcome to return to your seat. Now, the next speaker we have this evening is Ms Joanne Ord of Como, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Thank you, Ms Ord. You have 10 minutes.
Evening, everybody. So I want to talk tonight about the DFS and why this option to lease should not be provided. So the main elements for a successful full DFS should be a scope that hasn't deviated from the PFS in a material way, an estimate of capital costs, including contingency, and it should sit within the assigned PFS limits of accuracy, so surprises for any stakeholder should be minimal. Identified sources and proportions of capital funding, a solid operational modelling assessment, delivery timeframe and relevant scope documents. But simply producing a DFS never guarantees execution. It's just another gate in the project life cycle that you may or may not get through. And at each gate, you must objectively assess whether a project is viable to continue. And by the DFS gate, funding sources and proportions can be deal breakers to many projects. Estimated costs had increased to 14.8, up from 4 to 5 mil at PFS. And that's a cost increase of 200%, not the usual, say, 25% upper limit of PFS. This is the type of surprise to be avoided. By now that DFS is almost 2 years old and costings for the synthetic turf and surrounds are 3 years old. Escalation costs outlined in years 22 to 24 are relevant and estimates always exclude GST. However, construction contracts require GST to be paid, so you can add well over 1 million to that estimate. There were no clear funding sources aside from Wesley College, just vague statements of potential city, state, federal funds, grants, club fundraising and even crowdfunding. The funding strategy was a flowchart, the type often included to distract from the lack of solid detail, a huge red flag at DFS. The JV has acknowledged that securing funds from the usual state sources was unlikely given the Hockey WA upgrade. The residual risk rating for WAS's ability to fund capital remained classified as high. Given the levels of cash on hand at the club, it appears the likelihood rating was softened to avoid the extreme residual. And it's notable the mitigation strategies for both high-end extreme residuals were the same. Contractors' prelims and margin were not applied to the clubhouse, yet they were to external infrastructure and services, which appears inconsistent as the contracting strategy was not determined. There was a projected shortfall of 91k in year 18 of asset renewal funds, when the second replacement of turf along with shock pad and base layer occurs. The annual sinking fund with escalation didn't cater for this. There were exclusions documented inconsistently in the costings. The OPC stated that just grass turf lighting was excluded. However, in section 12, synthetic and grass turf lighting is excluded. Major service diversions and utility upgrades are excluded. There was an oversight in the exclusion of grass turf reticulation, and even excluding FF&E and planting labour at DFS can bring a surprise later on. Exclusion should never be deemed included by way of contingency during execution either. The city would inherit some major capital exclusions, including all turf lighting, power diversions and new car parks. Capital costs to be finalised, but likely over 2.4 mil, plus annual maintenance costs. WASP also wanted the city to contribute approximately 600k to the clubhouse. A club deputy suggested the city could use the federal funds for this, but you'll recall the RAF funds were to benefit the broader community. And this statement only highlighted the state of unknown funding. I'm advised the city has never stated it would contribute to a hockey development, so these capital exclusions were yet more surprises. A successful DFS will not expect a stakeholder to fund aspects they had not previously committed to fund. The JV was unhappy with their estimate of 14.8, yet they had total control of their DFS. They chose their consultants, their scope, their specification, and the latter two are the primary cost drivers. They had every opportunity to monitor their outcome, and in the real world, if your estimate is not palatable, you go back to the drawing board without having dibs on a piece of land. The JV confirmed in writing the project as documented was not viable, but insisted it could control costs. And such statements are not accepted in this industry. We would say no thank you, just as the city and former council correctly did. That's risky business to accept statements like that. The city's newly updated 10-year financial plan has not allocated funds for hockey, and based on this DFS alone, I wouldn't either. But now our new member, Councillor Waugh, who campaigned on this issue with other members, has crafted a motion that does not reflect real-world project development lifecycle practices. It's made a mockery of them, really. In item 49 of the motion, Councillor Waugh asserts WASP's internal mechanism of funding should be of no concern to the city, and this is not correct. Increased internal resources reduce the need for external funding and assist with meeting ongoing operational and asset renewal requirements. So I was pleased to hear the city state it disagreed too. In item 59 it reads, the report to the meeting of the 27th of June 23 extended well beyond what it had ever previously requested to be included in the fee study and presented a report that was negative, making critique of feasibility without adequate basis. And the assertion of a negative report is completely baseless. It is not supported with any facts, technical or otherwise. I couldn't decide if this highlighted a lack of knowledge of feasibility process, was a play to WASP's emotions, or both. I've just stated a number of reasons that provide more than adequate basis on which to critique the DFS, and they weren't exhaustive. It was the city's job to thoroughly critique the DFS, and their feedback was conveyed very gently indeed. A successful DFS will support your project, satisfy stakeholders' engagement objectives, and prove that you can fund it. So let's spell this out. The city determined the project wasn't feasible, and then the JV confirmed in writing it wasn't viable. Why are we even here? This whole scenario is not real-world project development practice. Providing the option to lease puts Collier Reserve, the city and its residents in limbo for up to 3 more years while WASP figure out their plan B. An EOI process should apply and would be the fair process, but not here. In the real world, you don't get to hold your place at the head of any queue while you figure out your plan B, C, or even D. WASP should be working towards a solution without the option to lease, as would occur in the real world. One that does not put themselves or the city under financial pressure. Rebaselining all their options is necessary. Not one councillor in favour of this option to lease made reference to the DFS content. It's as if it doesn't exist. There were many references to giving WASP the opportunity to have a home, but I'm not quite sure what people think having full control over their jointly city-funded DFS was. It was their massive opportunity. The DFS failure rests entirely with those in control of it. There was also plenty of reference to community and strategic plans, key recommendations and metaphorical lines in the sand, suggesting the city is somehow bound by that. But none of that is legally binding, and that narrative was disingenuous. Those documents can and must be updated for many reasons, including when projects fail to pass a gate. Projects are not executed on the basis of phrases. And in this industry, a scope must be viable to continue, not get more chances because it isn't. Some of our councillors talk about their financial skills, but I'm not sure that they're applying them here. If another entity's DFS was to fail in the future, would councillors concoct another motion like this, do you think? It says, let's just ignore study outcomes because they're an inconvenience, really. And if you can organise a stacking of council, you can
Ms.
bypass...
Ord, you have 1 minute, and please refrain from making accusations. Thank you.
Your project that is not viable can continue at the expense of residents. Can you see the precedent being set here? Study content is the only basis for responsible decision-making in the project life cycle. And this project, as documented, was fatally flawed. It should not benefit from an option to lease. And it's also important to acknowledge that although the option to lease refers to WASPs only, Wesley can still feature in the development via a formalisation of a joint venture agreement, separate to the lease. So let's not pretend that the OTL excludes Wesley from Collier. So Council, remember that studies are done for a valuable reason, not to ignore them, and not for councillors to fabricate ways to circumvent them when they fail, when you've campaigned on an issue, have political aspirations or a personal agenda. And I urge councillors to adhere to industry practice and focus on the content of the DFS. It tells you everything you need to know about why this option to lease should not be provided.
Thank you, Ms. Ord. That's your 10 minutes. Councillors, does anybody have questions for Ms. Ord? No? Okay, thank you. You can return to your seat. If you could please refrain from applause. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, we have two, Ms Christy Lowe and Mr Jeremy Lowe of Como, who are both speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. You have 10 minutes combined.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So once again, we find ourselves here fighting to preserve our invaluable public open space, ensuring that it remains rightfully accessible to all residents of Como and beyond to enjoy, to play and engage in various recreational activities. Over a year ago, residents from the community, the council and the city dedicated many hours to deliberation and research, ultimately making the informed and correct community decision to protect this space from exclusive and privileged use for only a few. Unfortunately, the new, predominantly WASP-supportive council is causing the public to lose faith in the decision-making process. This is diminishing their hope of achieving outcomes that reflect the needs of the entire community. We have heard emotive rhetoric from WASP members over the years. Their desire for a hockey home is indulgent and in reality would come at a significant cost to the entire community. Why should other local sporting clubs be displaced to other ovals? Why should residents be impacted in their everyday lives by noise, light, environmental and traffic complications? WASP tell us they spend their weekends driving to distant places for home matches. I'm a hockey mum, we're a hockey family. We drive to these places. I'm also a basketball mum. I drive to Bibra Lake every time my sons play and train, and this can be 4 times a week. This is the norm for many parents and doesn't make WASP families unique or significantly disadvantaged. The reality is that in our high-density area, land is extremely valuable, and sometimes it's just not possible to have everything on your doorstep. But fortunately for WASPs, this is possible. If they remain at Richardson Reserve and optimise the unprecedented benefits of the future High Performance Hockey Centre of Excellence at Curtin University, just 5 kilometres from their home ground. This option would preserve community access to our scarce public open space. WASP currently hold a 21-year lease for Richardson Reserve, which provides access to 6 grass pitches and a club room. Additionally, the reserve is set to receive a $1.3 million sports lighting upgrade and a $740,000 in change room improvements, offering even more benefits. This location makes it most logical and cost-effective solution for WASPs and the city. So the High Performance Hockey Centre will be a world-class facility. It's designed for both elite teams and the community. Imagine training alongside Eddie Ockenden, Olympic flag bearer, hockey legend with 450 caps for the Kookaburras. Picture yourself emulating his techniques while you have your hockey stick in your hand. This is the exciting reality for all aspiring WASPs hockey stars. This $135 million investment by the WA State Government marks the largest in the history of Australian hockey, promising to create what could be the best hockey facility in the world and has a primary objective to establish a community playing and training venue. This does not sound like a compromise to me. This is the city's recommended and this is the best solution. WASPs feel that using this world-class facility would be a compromise solution, and instead they want to take public open space to build their own exclusive hockey facility, along with the ratepayers' money for supporting infrastructure, and that's just 1 kilometre down the road. How is this reasonable? The High Performance Hockey Centre will be doubling its capacity, in fact, to 4 synthetic turfs. So clubs like WASPs and Vic Park Hockey Club, if they do not utilise this facility, it risks becoming an unutilised white elephant. Hockey WA has offered turf access for all WASPs home games at a discounted rate with no maintenance costs. Additionally, they've proposed income generation opportunities. Co-located and shared sporting facilities are not just practical. They're essential for all communities' future. by minimising the duplication of facilities and resources, reducing management and maintenance costs, and maximising external funding opportunities, we ensure long-term sustainability. This collaborative approach will also spread the financial responsibility, benefiting all users and creating a stronger, more connected community. As hockey parents from a local club, assured that our club will maximise these additional opportunities at the High Performance Centre that will provide for our son, whilst also preserving public open space for future generations. I look forward to our hockey club's expenses being shared among various stakeholders, which will hopefully reduce the sporting fees that we as a family pay. Additionally, sharing volunteer responsibilities among other stakeholders will be a very welcome change. So, there is another option for WASP to consider, and that is sharing a synthetic turf at Como Secondary College. We are all aware of the resource shortages at Como Secondary, and the community has been very vocal about the urgent need for these better resources and facilities at our local state school. This week, at Como P&C meeting, a draft school upgrade plan was released, which include a synthetic turf hockey pitch. The principal of Como has stated that the school's large site would accommodate additional sporting facilities, and this would benefit their hockey specialist program. Therefore, it seems logical for WASP to share their turf, clubroom and bar facilities at Como. Contrary to false rumour that licensing issues would prevent this, it is entirely feasible. So consider Lemnos Turf Facility located at Shenton College, a state school in Shenton Park. The hockey turf facility, built on Education Department land, is managed by 3 local Perth hockey clubs, the Westside Wolves, YM and Subs. Together, they field more than 4 times the number of teams that WASP or Wesley do, and they successfully share 1 turf, clubroom facilities and a licensed bar. Each club maintains its own clubrooms and grass pitches at separate locations and does not have their own collated facilities. They share costs and profits. During school hours, the thriving hockey program at Shenton College makes use of this turf facility. The hockey program at Shenton College is actually not an endorsed program by the Education Department. However, it continues to flourish off their own back thanks to these facilities. When the hockey program's not using the turf, other PE programs can also utilise this space. Having a hockey turf at Como would significantly increase the Hockey Academy's practice time. Currently, they have access to a proper sized and safe turf for only half of their contact hours. With on-campus facilities, the Education Department endorsed Hockey Academy at Como could be restored to its former elite status, reaching the level of excellence that it deserves. But not only would the hockey program benefit, all students would be able to utilise this facility, and access to this facility at our local state school will increase student engagement. It will enhance physical skills and fitness, boost academic results, and probably more importantly, improve the school's culture. Recently, I conducted a local door knock and discovered that many residents were actually unaware of WASP's second attempt to fence off and exclusively use part of Collier Reserve. I spoke to a WASP parent who had not been informed of any other options by the club. One mum mentioned she'd be much more supportive of WASPs moving to Como, as it would benefit a significant number of families in our district. So, with Wesley College and WASPs having a joint venture under a M of U, this private school will be a key beneficiary of the development. Wesley College is already planning a $32 million upgrade of their sports
Ms.
centre.
Lowe, you have 1 minute.
Holds a 21-year lease at Collins. The City of South Perth have recently supported an upgrade of their rowing shed on the foreshore. So given these considerable resources, this local government should not allocate further support to this privileged single-gender private high school, while our local state school is in desperate need of assistance. The arguments and reasons are clear and compelling. The city has spoken, state government has spoken. So why are some of our councillors not listening? They've declared their impartiality to this motion, but will they act on behalf of the entire community or just their self-interest? Last bit. The city has acknowledged the challenges in creating new active open spaces, which are expected to worsen. They've emphasised the need to optimise existing sporting spaces through shared facilities. The Mayor has stated, we need to make better use of the public facilities in our district. Well, we think, the Mayor and some of the councillors should be following his advice.
That's 10 minutes. Thank you, Ms Lowe.
Perfect. Thank you.
Again, please hold your applause. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Ms Lowe? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speakers, we have Ms Sunny Sind and Mr Henry Velkoski of South Perth, who are speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, all. This is my first time doing this, so apologies if there is any formalities not being followed from our end. South Perth United Football is a community-focused club with an exceptional record of growth and inclusivity. With an average annual growth of about 19%, this year alone, we have registered 209 senior players and 261 junior players, and an additional 20 members in our dedicated LGBTQIA+ Pride team. We've been doing this exclusive support for this Pride team for over 4 years now. Yeah, longer. Over 70% of our seniors and 80% of our junior players live locally within the city of South Perth, reflecting the club's deep connection to the community. SPUFC prides itself on being an inclusive club that offers opportunity for players of all age, genders, and orientation. Our emphasis on inclusivity ensures that everyone has a place to play and grow. Formed in 1981, SPFC competes in a range of competition, including Metropole Men's, Amateur Men's, which is the third highest men's league in WA. Masters over 35, we call them a social team, and the Hyundai Women's League, competing in the second highest division in the second highest league, and the community juniors. With over 470 members across the club, we have consistently grown year after year. A strong upward curve trend in membership is driven by both the growing popularity of football and the club's strong trend of membership driven by both growing popularity of the community ties. Despite our success, our current facilities haven't kept the pace of this growth. The club currently utilizes 3 pitches at Challenger Reserve for all our players, juniors and seniors. However, as a football, it's a winter sport. Weather damage limits our usage only to 2 usable pitches as much of the season. As a result, we are forced to accommodate all players on just 2 pitches. That's a lot of boots and stud marks for 2 pitches, which strains our capacity. Access to an additional reserve would not only help us meet the current demand, but also enable the continued growth to our club, ensuring we can provide opportunities for more players in future. To accommodate our growing membership and meet the needs of the local community, securing access to an additional essential reserve. We require pitches meeting FIFA recommended dimensions, which is 105 meters in length and 68 meters in width, wherever possible, to ensure a safe and effective training matches. Our projection shows that our membership will rise up to 557 in 2025, which is only 6 months away. And in about a year's time, we will be about 660. That's in 2026. And in 2 years' time, we will be 783. That's in 2027. We simply cannot sustain this growth with our current pitch access. Our player retention rate is 80%, and increasing volunteer involvement from local families further highlight the strength of the community ties. SPUFC is well supported by a variety of local sponsors, local state and government representatives, and our dedicated families. We couldn't have done it without them. SPUFC provides much more than just football. We offer a welcoming space, provide affordable access to community sport, promote physical and mental well-being, and foster social connections amongst local families. With the rising demand, additional space is critical to ensure we can continue to meet the needs of our members and the wider community. SPUFC is eager to work collaboratively with City of South Perth to identify solutions that supports our growth. Recently, we have used, over the last few months, the Collier Reserve, and it has been able to ease the struggle for the lack of field space that we have during training and games. Collier serves the purpose that our club needs in its current form without having anything added additional to it. And our pitch is small, but I hope it serves the purpose and we get our problems solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, does anybody have any questions? Councillor Coveney?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your deputation. I understand your objection is the loss of overflow pitches if the Wasps move to Collier. But if the Wasps move to Collier, does that not free up Richardson Park for a winter sport like soccer, which in fact improves your situation?
Yeah, we'll be up for that. Yeah, we're okay with it. We just need space. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Thank you.
Sorry, I have actually received, I have a question of my own, and I have also received a question from Councillor Glenn Cridland, who's unable to be with us this evening. So my question is that I am aware that you're currently at Challenger Reserve, as you said, and I understand that there are plans to upgrade the facility there, which I also understand is potentially at the city's expense. In the event that this proceeds, what is the likelihood that you would still require Collier Reserve, and as we know now that you are able
The upgrade is for the lights and the much needed upgrade for the change rooms, because we have a very huge portion of the seniors being women.
Sure.
And the Pride team, and there is no adequate toilets or the change rooms with even a decent shower curtain.
Okay.
So the upgrades are the funds are towards upgrades of the toilets, and the lightings will be upgraded for game standards, not training only.
Thank you.
But that doesn't solve the problem of the field, which is where they need to train and play.
Okay. And so what you're saying is that even beyond those upgrades, you'll still need further overflow fields?
Do,
okay.
yeah.
And I also understand that Sir James Mitchell Park at the Elm Street end is currently undergoing a feasibility for sports such as football. Is that an
My
opportunity or
technical
a
director
possibility?
would take that
I
question.
think the issue with where the location you just stated was it's a really open sort of space. It doesn't offer any sort of coverage playing football, and if it's a windy day and it's a very windy location, it will compromise football in general. Playing any sports on that location. So.
Okay. And then just a question from Councillor Cridland. He's asked if you have spoken to anyone on the council who has suggested that you would give a presentation this evening?
No, because our committee members have gone on to the website to see what needs to be done, and hence we followed the process.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker this evening is Ms Janice Gardner of South Perth, who is speaking against the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Janice Gardner. I'm the president of Wasps Hockey Club. I was extremely disappointed and surprised to see the administration's motion opposing the granting of an option to lease Collier Reserve. I wish to speak against this officer recommendation. Council has debated several times the merits of the Wasps Hockey Club proposal to build a turf grass clubroom facility at Collier Reserve. In mid-23, the Council at that time decided not to proceed with the consideration of our detailed feasibility study. This was a surprise and a change of position. Previously, the administration had worked with us and part-funded the preparation of the detailed feasibility study at Collier Reserve. The provision of sporting facilities was a key consideration in the campaign for many candidates for council at the October elections. Following the change in council, in February, newly elected Deputy Mayor Bronwyn Waugh successfully moved the motion that enables Wasp Hockey Club the option to lease. At the February meeting, the City Administration presented its arguments against Deputy Mayor's motion. The neighbourhood group here today also presented its views in opposition to the Wasp Hockey Club lease at Collier Reserve. Wasp Hockey Club provided detailed arguments and information in support of our need for a single location with turf, grass and club room in South Perth, and provided significant explanation about the deficiencies of the suggestion that we continue to rent turf time at Bentley. Both the neighbourhood group and Wasp Hockey Club have presented various petitions to the City in support of its views over a period of time. The only new argument that I've heard today was the raising of an aspiration of Como Senior High School to improve its turf. There has been no consultation with Wasps Hockey Club about this at all. We are not aware of this matter at all. Since February, we've been busy actioning Deputy Mayor Waugh's motion. We have engaged legal counsel to support our resolution of the lease documents with the City of South Perth. We have commenced fundraising to cover the cost of building our turf. We have raised over $200,000 already for this project since February. Your administration's motion creates uncertainty for our project that we feel is unfair and unwarranted. We have spent time and money to action the Council's February motion and its conditions. Further, the Council Admin's motion to oppose granting us the option to lease has come completely out of the blue. We have been blindsided by this. There was no mention of moving a motion such as this while we've been engaging with the administration to resolve the lease documents. Indeed, we were led to believe that this meeting would be merely procedural, reviewing whether the terms of the lease agreed at officer level were acceptable to Council. This is incredibly bad faith engagement with a stakeholder, and it should be noted by Council. Councillors, irrespective of your views of the merits or otherwise of our desire to build a single club premises at Collier Reserve, you must oppose this motion from the administration. Voting in favour of the admin's motion here effectively means the Council's decisions cannot be relied upon. It puts at risk future investment in your city. Revoking your February decision removes certainty in Council decisions for other people, whether they are building a house, trying to start a business or any other form of investment in your city. Good governance requires clear, consistent and transparent decision making. This is foundational to enable investment decisions from any party. This kind of 11th hour changing of the rules must be opposed for the good of the city. The administration's motion overturns your decision. The administration provide no rationale for this other than that was their view in February. Council, you considered the admin's view in your decision in February. I find it extraordinary that the administration continue to push their view ahead of the view of the elected representatives of this area. You are the elected representatives of the City of South Perth, not the administration, and it is your role to decide what is in the best interest of citizens. One of the comments from the administration is about their concern for the financial risk to the city should Wasps Hockey Club be unable to maintain its turf field. Aside from the fact that we have previously outlined in extensive detail in the detailed feasibility study how the operational and maintenance expenses would be covered during the life of the turf, I'd also like to point to the real-life experience for the Melville turf. It was established some years ago and has been able to be maintained and replaced twice at the club's cost. That is, no funds from the Melville Council or from anyone else. Through operating their own turf, Melville Hockey Club have significantly improved their revenue stream through sponsorships, membership growth and food, drink and merchandise sales. Being able to hold club events in conjunction with turf matches is part of the point for Wasps Hockey Club. The grass finals matches this year were fixtured at Richardson Park for the first time in many years. From those 8 matches, we raised over $7,000 for the club from the sale of food and drink. Turf clubs raise this kind of revenue every week from turf matches at their venue. Locating our matches in Bentley means we don't have access to this kind of revenue stream. This means our club is at significant disadvantage to the other Premier League clubs, most of whom have their own turf facility. There is no prospect from the redevelopment at Bentley to provide grass fields for junior development. Further, there is no prospect from the Bentley redevelopment to provide Wasps Hockey Club with its own club room and associated revenue stream. The facility will be managed by Venues West for the state. I'd also like to add there will be no discounted rate for renting the turf at Bentley, and I find that suggestion quite laughable. The rates at Bentley are the highest of any turf in the state. This year we are seeing Curtin Hockey Club fold and merge with Vic Park Hockey Club. Despite their access to the turf at Bentley, Curtin Hockey Club has dwindled into unviability. We don't want this to happen to Wasps. Another issue I'd like to address is the deputation from our friends from the South Perth United Football Club. We strongly support their club seeking a location for their growing sport. We are happy to explore any co-location that may work for both clubs, but I'd also like to suggest that by moving the Wasps Hockey Club to Collier Reserve, it would leave an excellent facility at Richardson Park with lots of grass grounds available to the South Perth United Football Club. There are great outcomes available for everyone here. Despite the challenges for our club, we continue to grow. We added additional junior teams to our club this year. Half our teams participated in finals this year, and we were successful in winning some grade finals too. I urge you to vote down the administration's motion and support the alternate motion, granting the Wasps Hockey Club the option to lease with conditions and supporting the growth of our 91-year-old club here in South Perth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gardner. Councillors, Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Has Hockey WA publicly guaranteed the Wasps that they'll have access to the synthetic turf at the new development at all times that you require it?
No.
Thank you. And does that therefore not leave you in the same predicament you're in currently, which is you're going to be playing home games more than an hour away if that turf is not available?
There is no denying that having more turfs available at Bentley will provide more opportunity for more game time at what I would call sociable or appropriate times for our Premier League club. That said, there is no guarantee, and any time that there is any kind of international or national competition, we will be displaced.
Thank you. And I think you were saying you're paying to use the current synthetic turf at the Bentley facility. Will you have to pay for the new synthetic turf?
Yes, we always have to pay. We always have to pay top dollar for it.
So that's with the new facility as well that you'd have to pay to use. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
there is no. That's why I'm addressing the point that I think was raised in one of the the deputations earlier about a discounted rate. No, that is definitely not an option. There is no such thing as a discounted rate in accessing turf.
Right. And what would you say approximately is the revenue that you derive from the bar sales? In terms
Who
of
us?
Yeah.
I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor. At the moment, we often run at a loss when we open the bar because there are so few grass games that are scheduled at the same time at Richardson Park. We have attempted to work with Hockey WA to try and have as many as we can, but the fact is that most of our teams play on turf. That's why it was so astounding to see 8 teams for the grand finals and make $7,000 in 2 hours. That's the kind of money that a small sporting club like ours can only dream of, and it assists us in trying to underpin the extensive costs that are associated with our sport.
Right, thank you. And just to confirm, you were saying that what's on offer at Hockey WA, the new development, is you wouldn't have control over the bar at all?
No, it definitely will not. I have checked this on multiple occasions, including at a meeting at which your admin were present, and I have checked again more recently just to confirm. Yes.
So that's possibly a loss of income then?
There is no way that we are going to get any revenue whatsoever from any time that we are attending at Bentley.
Thank you.
Councillors, are there any other questions? Councillor Brandon-Radis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Thank you for your deputation, Ms Gardner. With regard to Como Secondary College...
I apologise, Councillor. I'm hearing impaired. Would you mind please speaking up?
My apologies. Yell out if you can't hear me. With regard to Como Secondary College, would WASPs consider consulting with them for their proposed development? Is that an option for the WASPs?
We met with Como some time ago to see whether or not there was any prospect from them with respect to developing their hockey program and also with respect to developing the dilapidated half court that they have at Como at the time. They are lobbying furiously to improve their facilities. I applaud their efforts because I'd like to see hockey grow more generally, and we would always welcome an opportunity to work with them. That said, there is no prospect that I'm aware of that has any certainty at all. They have not consulted us about the development of their plan at this point.
Thank you very much. And so, just to clarify, a joint arrangement with a public school would not be an issue for WASPs
That would be
if
fine.
you can share the
We're happy
facilities?
to have anybody because, frankly, we need as many people as possible on whatever turf is developed to ensure that it's a viable option.
Thank you. Just one final question. With regard to the South Perth United Football Club, they've obviously got significant expansion and growth over the next couple of years. So with regard to a co-located, co-use facility, have you factored in how that might work with their expansion, given that, significant portion of the land would be utilised for synthetic turfs which would be closed off and wouldn't be utilised for the football club?
Us moving to Collier actually, in short, requires us to compromise our footprint, but we would gain from the perspective of having a turf available to us that would leave Richardson Park free and available to the South Perth Football Club.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have one question. I know that Councillor Coveney raised the matter of the bar, but you also raised the matter of sponsorships as well. So what kind of revenue stream would that be looking at that you would be able to get?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice and confirm with other clubs what they do. One of the things that's not on offer at Bentley is the opportunity for us to put any signage whatsoever around the sporting facility. That's a commonplace means by which sponsors are able to advertise their businesses, and that happens at every other turf in WA.
Thank you. Any other councillors with any further questions? No. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You can go back, take your seat if you like. I think this might be an opportune time for us to have a comfort break. We're coming up 2 hours. Is everybody content if we just pause the meeting for about 15 minutes and we will return at 8:05? Thank you. reopening the agenda briefing at 8:10 p.m. The next speaker on our list is Dr. Louise Johnston of Como, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Thank you, Dr. Johnston. The floor is yours. 10 minutes.
Yes, I sit here tonight really conflicted because me and my husband have spent an extraordinary amount of time in the last week, 2 weeks, thinking about the issues about Collier, about Wesley, about the WASPs and their dilemma and what is the best outcome. And my larger community have said, okay, we'd like you to do something, we think you should do something on the environment, which, as the young lady who spoke earlier mentioned, is largely pushed aside and perhaps not really given its due as an issue, despite the fact it is absolutely forefront in what is going on in the world today and should be forefront for us. So I'm conflicted because we're not just discussing Collier Reserve and we're not just discussing the pros and the cons, which have been actually shared with this council and previous council. I've been doing this now for, I think, probably about 2.5 years. I've been coming to every council meeting and asking questions and then making deputations. So there are a few of us, perhaps not all of us, who are extremely familiar with what the pros and cons of the WAFs moving to Collier Reserve are. And I wrote to all the councillors, in fact, on Sunday night, and I wrote and I said to you, these really are the issues. This seems to be where it's going. We seem to keep returning to this forum because a very clear decision is not made and there doesn't seem to be a unanimous outcome and decision which suits everybody in the community. And I come tonight and I want to talk about urban greening and I want to talk about what is happening around the world in the environment and how that relates to what we're doing here. I want to talk about the fact that the WASP community will be using something like 20 to 25% of the bore water that's available in Como in order to water their plastic. I wanted to talk to you about the birds, the trees, what we're going to lose if this project goes ahead, and I will do that if I have time. But at the heart of this is a question of trust. In the community, there are groups that spend a huge amount of time defending what they think is important and what they feel passionate about and what means importance for their family, their friends, the history of the locale because they've been here forever. And they come to defend it. And we come to defend it. And we come to defend it. And then we suddenly look at the people that are going to make the decision. And we look at you very carefully. And we say, are these people who we are talking to, are they honest? Are they rational? Are they reasonable? Are they going to take the situation on its merits? And I have never in my life come across a set of circumstances where these people here are having a strong sense that what we as the community are getting is not a straight deal. And I tell you, we come to this meeting with the understanding that this motion is not going to be passed, that this council is, for what you may consider a vulgar word, stacked, that the decisions have already been made about which way you're going to vote. And it doesn't matter how good our presentations are, how thorough our analysis is, how much research we do in our free times, how we get up in the middle of the night because we've just had inspiration about how something should be shared with this group and be put into the pot of knowledge about the end product. So we come here in good faith, and yet for some reason we have very strong suspicions that we're not being treated in good faith or even with respect in terms of the process. And while some people may say, you're naive, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, you don't know what the relationships are here. No, we don't. But we have clues, we have insights, and for me to sit here and talk to you about the importance of the environment, to talk to you about what we will lose on Collier Reserve, if you are sitting there in your oval and you have already made up your mind, if I said to you, have you made up your mind? Have you made up your mind? Have you made up your mind? Have you made...
Excuse
Nick,
me,
why
so
are you
Dr.
looking at me
Johnston,
like this?
can I please
You look
ask
sorry.
you...
No,
Thank you.
Please, let me speak, because I feel this needs to be said. If I asked you, and you're certain you've made up your mind, we can all go home and watch telly and have our dinner, because if you are fixed in your position and you are not hearing what people are saying, we would have a decision. We would not be coming here every time having to have a conversation about this. Do I have some time?
You're at 7 minutes. You have 3 minutes to go.
Okay. If we proceed with the Collier Reserve development, what will we lose? We will lose an opportunity to contain energy demands and their associated costs. We will forego a natural system that improves air quality and filters air pollutants in our area caused by increased traffic and denser human habitation, as well as reduces local temperatures. We will face the possibility of creating a high heat island where summer temperatures rise much higher than other greener locations. We will lose a pleasant location that invites recreation and exercise, a contributor to the mental and physical health of local people. We will lose a locale for social cohesion where individuals can sustain their well-being by engaging with the wider community. We will lose a mature tree canopy that will take multiple decades to replace, regardless of any new planting. And we will lose an area that supports essential biodiversity, a fundamental ingredient for a healthy environment, as well as habitats for wildlife, which form part of the organic network that comprises the living world. So we go from the sublime to the ridiculous. What is eminently clear is that a synthetic turf hockey development with more concrete structures and the removal of existing natural features will in no way be consistent with our environmental objects or our urban greening initiatives.
1 minute.
Okay, I call on those today who have responsibility for this, the future of this last remaining little parcel of land, to do some homework, to check your conscience and exercise common sense by supporting the motion of the City of South Perth. I'm sure I shall go away conflicted still, but I felt that it was important to say it.
Thank you, Dr Johnston. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Dr Johnston? No? Okay. You're welcome to take a seat. Our next speaker this evening is Mr. Lyle Kenny of Manning, who is speaking against the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Thank you, Mr. Kenny. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors and council officers. I speak tonight against the administration's recommendation to not grant the option to lease on any portion of Collier Reserve at item 10.1.1 and speak for the alternate motion. My first comment is that how is it that the current elected officials voted for the option to lease to proceed in February this year, and this meeting should have been about the mechanics of getting those documents authorised for execution, but we are not here tonight for that purpose, it would appear. Over the past several months, the documentation has been negotiated back and forward, and from a WASP perspective is in a position to be recommended to the WASP committee once it has been endorsed by the city. The council papers correctly record that there are still some provisions that WASP believe should be amended, but not uncommonly there has been negotiation to arrive at the final outcome. Instead of a sign-off from both parties, we are, however, back here basically re-prosecuting the same strategic issues that were agreed in February. I would like to address some issues that have been put forward to oppose the WASP move to Collier Reserve. The administration have said in their recommendation under the financial implications that building a high-cost single-user asset on Crown land vested in the city represents significant long-term financial risk. This ignores that the project will only proceed if one or more users are secured to use the facility and subleases or licences must be granted. In other words, a multi-user facility. The February 24 motion requires it. The administration's statement is factually incorrect. The officer recommendation goes on to conclude that if the club is unable to maintain the facility, the operating costs or costs of decommissioning would ultimately fall to the city. The city would also bear the ultimate responsibility for future asset replacement costs. Applying some basic risk management principles, an objective analysis would say that the likelihood of that occurring is low. It would require the users, being WASP, a 90-year-old club, and the college, a 100-year-old organisation, to get to the point of walking away from the facility. Remembering that as it stands, the city has contributed $0 to the project and it has been funded entirely from WASP and the college or other external sources. The consequences of this scenario, if it occurred, is that the city would have control of a 21-year-old clubhouse and hockey turf. In reality, a significant asset would have just landed in the city's lap. Other hockey clubs would be keen to occupy, potentially Hockey WA take it over, or you would have a modern club rooms with grass grounds next door that could be used by any number of sports, either local or from outside the city, who would be keen to use and occupy. We already have a community recreations facility plan that highlights how the city assets need renewal. And here we would have a modern asset sitting in an inner city location that could be reused that has cost the city nil. Again, the consequences should be rated as low. We would certainly dispute the statements about a significant future cost based on any objective measure. Some other comments that have been thrown up in this debate relate to councillors declaring interests and connections to WASP. Let me say firstly, there are well laid out guidelines as to what has to be disclosed and when. Every local government authority deals with these issues. Secondly, a number of councillors indicated what they stood for at the last election, which included supporting improved community supporting facilities or indeed supporting the WASP relocation to Collier Reserve. But the reality is the elected officials should reflect our community. So there should be connections to local community sporting clubs. How poor an outcome, for example, would it be that in discussions about large community-based sporting clubs that there were no declarations from the councillors? That would suggest the councillors are not engaged and connected in our community. WASP is a big club and we impact the lives of many people in this community at either the junior level, which includes parents as well, seniors and veterans, men and women. We are run by lots of volunteers, from the coach and manager of junior teams all the way through our grades, committees, coordinators. The biggest pool of volunteers in this city would sit with community sporting clubs. Over a number of years in our various deputations to the council, and again here tonight, there are personal stories from our members about the impact WASP has had on them as individuals and their families. There will be hundreds more, and indeed thousands over the years. I am proud of the positive impact we have on our community. Yet at times in this debate, we are being vilified. We are a group of volunteers that are administering our 90-year-old club, promoting the benefits of playing hockey for all participants, and we have spent the last 10 years trying to find a new home. We and other community sporting clubs should be celebrated. I fully recognise and respect self-interest. If someone lives on Thelma Street, then yes, the view from their window across Collier Reserve will be different. Yes, there will be extra traffic and parking on a Saturday at peak times. However, Collier Reserve is a designated sports space specifically available for structured sport as identified in the Community Recreation Facilities Plan. Just like most other sports spaces around the city, it means at peak times during the season, there will be people parking on verges and some extra traffic, which is also the case around the whole of Perth. And why is that acceptable? Because the overwhelming benefits that grassroots sporting clubs bring to the wider community is significant. The inconvenience is temporary and we need to be supported, which is recognised in the city's strategic documents. However, there are words and then there is action. For community sporting clubs to exist, they need dedicated spaces, and some of them need specialised surfaces, just like tennis clubs, bowling clubs, croquet clubs, and yes, a hockey turf. In this case, the size of the turf and clubhouse is approximately 1 hectare, or 10% of the contiguous green space that is Collier Reserve, Collins Oval and Bill Graydon Reserve. Around the corner is Ryrie Reserve. This location serves very well for open green space for informal use. As I have said, I respect self-interest and everyone is entitled to have their opinion. However, what I have seen and heard at times in the last 18 months is misinformation and scaremongering that masks self-interest. At the end of the day, what we ask is that the councillors make decisions based on the facts, the need to balance all of the interests and make a decision on the greater good when it comes to supporting community sporting clubs. That process occurred in February, and the decision was made in February to proceed with the option to lease at Collier Reserve. Why not stay at Richardson Park has been restated as well, which is some rewriting of history, because approximately 10 years ago we started on that course of action. A preliminary study was done to identify all of the issues, and the city at the time concluded they did not support the steps that would have to be taken to get a hockey turf installed at Richardson Park. So for the last 7 to 8 years, we have taken the appropriate steps in undertaking the studies that sees us at Collier Reserve. Why not go to Perth Hockey Stadium is also the position of the administration and of others. That option remains a possibility and has some pluses and some major minuses. Fundamentally, a redeveloped Perth Hockey Stadium will not have a grass ground, will not have a dedicated space for our memorabilia, honour boards, premiership flags that show the history of our club. We will not have a kitchen and bar to generate profits to contribute to our financial sustainability. It will not be a home. We have regular contact with Hockey WA, and we will wait and see from them what the final form of the redevelopment takes and what the term conditions may be. We have consistently and expansively explained the benefits that come from having a home, and we haven't had one for nearly 20 years. Based on the recommendation made by the administration, they obviously still do not understand or value those benefits. Indeed, we reject advice from anyone or any group who maintain they know the best interests of WASP better than WASP itself. We have been in Richardson Park for 60 years. One club, one home is much more than a turf solution, and we know as a club that Collier Reserve is our only real chance for the next 60 years to secure a home in the city of South Perth. There is no new information in the administration's report, and the February 24 motion should now be implemented and the option to lease
Thank you, Lyle. That's time.
Thank you.
Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Mr Kenny? Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member, and thank you, Mr Kenny, for your deputation. Very much appreciated. I've just got a couple of questions, a little bit more structural with regard to the proposal and the lease itself. So, with regard to the raising of capital funding, how far advanced are we? What have we actually got with regard to funding at this point in time?
Well, I believe our President indicated in the earlier presentation that we've raised $200,000. We've not commenced serious fundraising until we have the certainty that the option to lease will be granted. Okay, so we're putting in place the core infrastructure, which is basically project control groups and a fundraising committee as well, and developing a project management plan, a fundraising strategy document as well, and getting in place the people, volunteers, who would take up those roles. But we have a member who's actually come forward and has said they would pledge $200,000 straight off.
Thank you. I've got a few more questions, if I may. With regard to your earlier comments, you indicated that there'd be no cost to the city with regard to these facilities. Would it be, I suppose the costs I'd be concerned about would be some of those additional costs that might be infrastructure-based costs, so things like lighting or car parking facilities, things that would be an additional burden to the city. Is it intended that WASP would actually cover those capital costs?
As it stands, the city said it has no funds. In our detailed feasibility, we've indicated we think the city should be paying for certain amounts, which includes car park, lighting, and there's, as we've made mention on a number of occasions, there's an overhead power line that runs over an active sports space, which is clearly a risk management issue. Should have been put underground some time ago, and we think it should be a cost to the city to do that as well. So it's still our preference that there is a contribution, a capital contribution from the city. As it stands, there is nil.
Okay. And that would be also with the operating costs with regard to servicing those infrastructure type assets as well?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's been no suggestion from us that the city's paying for the operating costs. There has been a submission of the detailed fees about capital costs, but as I say, that's not been accepted at this point.
Thank you. With regard to co-use facilities, so shared facilities getting the greatest benefit and utilisation out of that infrastructure, have you approached or been approached by any other community groups that would be willing to actually share those facilities or could share those facilities with WASPs?
We haven't been approached, and we haven't approached others until we have the certainty that we have occupation. We have had long-standing discussions with the baseball club, and one of the conditions is to conclude arrangements with the baseball club that would see their diamond being repositioned. So that's a requirement. We have a plan. They've not shown a capacity or interest to engage with us, but once the option is finalised and we have certainty of occupation, then we're in a much better position to engage. We've had discussions with the city about what other opportunities may exist in their knowledge with other users around the city that may be a good fit for Collier Reserve and the facility we're proposing there, and we certainly welcome the opportunity to continue to talk to the administration to tap their knowledge about what other users are looking for and whether that's going to fit in with the Collier Reserve clubhouse and our turf.
Okay, thank you. Along the same sort of line, I've asked this question earlier tonight, but ask the same of you. Como Secondary College.
Yes.
Would that be an option for you if they're looking for, support in capital infrastructure? Would that be something that you would give serious consideration to as well?
As our President said, and I was with her some time ago when we had initial discussions with the secondary college, I wasn't aware they'd released a master plan. So we're open to discussions as to what may meet our objectives and what may meet their objectives. As I understand it, it's very preliminary. I don't think they've got any funding. What I am aware, however, is that our requirement, our objective is a clubhouse, turf, grass. So in looking at the footprint of the Como Secondary College, the grass would not be of sufficient capacity to service our needs for grass. So hypothetically, if there was an outcome that saw us being able to be accommodated there in a clubhouse and a turf, it does not meet the requirement of grass and our grass grounds, which is at least 4 grass grounds, and the footprint at Como Secondary College grass does not fit 4 hockey grass grounds in.
Thank you. The high performance facility, that's obviously still pending further discussions and outcomes. Does that clubhouse not provide what WASP would actually require?
No.
And why would that be?
It's not a dedicated facility for WASP. It doesn't have the opportunity for us to put up all our memorabilia, doesn't have the opportunity to run the bar, so we would be sharing areas with other users as we understand it. We've seen no firm plans. There has been some preliminary plans provided, and those preliminary plans did not show the ability for us to have dedicated areas. We sought in, as a result of a request from Hockey WA to what our requirements were. Part of those requirements from our perspective was to have a dedicated area that could replicate a clubhouse, that would allow us to be, to have our own memorabilia, to have our own little area, to have our own bar to run. From my understanding, that's not going to be available at Perth Hockey Stadium. We would be one of many.
Okay. And just with regard to clarification, so with regard to any of the sales that you would make on your dedicated days in the clubhouse, so food, merchandise, you wouldn't be benefiting from the profit margin on that at all with the new facility?
At Collier Reserve?
No.
At Perth Hockey Stadium? Yeah. There's been no proposition put to us about sharing of any revenue at Perth Hockey Stadium.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. We heard quite a detailed deputation this evening from Ms. Ord, and I just have a couple of questions with regard to some of the items that were raised, so just bear with me. The sinking fund, it was identified that the sinking fund obviously might not cover all the costs. Can you give me an indication as to how much that sinking fund would cover with regard to the capital costs, or you might not have that information on hand?
I mean, I haven't revisited that for tonight, but certainly what I recall on a whole-of-life basis, that the sinking fund was sufficient to meet the requirements of the various capital items across their useful life.
And that capital replacement program obviously would include the turfs. So
absolutely.
And how frequent is that, and what would that sort of cost be for replacing the turfs?
Offhand, I'm not sure what the cost. Typically, a turf surface gets replaced every 7 or 8 years, and every 14 years the base gets replaced as well as the turf surface. But I think the advantage was that feasibility relied on cost inputs from Hockey WA using a model that they have, and so we're able to have confidence that the information that they provided, which was factored into our whole of life and our operating costs, were based on what they have seen as actual experience.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. One final question. Just with regard to the conversation earlier in that the proposal for this, the terms and conditions for the lease option will be put through to your committee.
Yes.
You mentioned that there were a couple of items that were still a little bit maybe contentious or needed to be revisited. Do they need to be revisited, and what might they be?
No, as in I think any negotiation, there are terms and conditions put. We responded to those terms and conditions with our own suggestions. Some of those were taken up in the document. There were some other points who went back. Some of those were taken up, some were not taken up. And so we've landed at a position where, on balance, that document is we're prepared to put through to the committee with a recommendation to accept it. Is it absolutely ideal as to how I'd like to draft it? No, but as I say, often in negotiation you have a balance of what you'd like and what you actually end up having to live with.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms Kenny.
Thank you. Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If the WASPs are granted a lease at Collier, would you be open to Como Secondary College using that turf?
Absolutely. We'll be open to discussions with any users that fit within our profile, the college's profile, and those users' profile as well, so that we can maximise the use of that facility.
Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Member. Sorry, one more question. With regard to the funding, is Wesley College going to be contributing half? Are they going to be coming as effectively a joint venture partner, or would they be contributing more than 50% of the funding for the capital installation?
No, the memorandum of understanding, which is in the public documents, talks about a basis for capital contribution. I would characterise it as 50-50. However, there is some specific areas that they've flagged that they would not be looking to make a contribution. For example, the bar area. They don't have a particular interest in a bar area. So what I would anticipate is, as the final design is undertaken and concluded, the final costings come in, there will be a final weighing up of the particular areas, and I suspect that percentage, certainly they'll not be paying more than 50%. I think it may end up at, WASP will be liable for more like 55, maybe even 60%, depending on the final costs of the bar area and the social area as well in particular.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further questions? Thank you, Mr Kenny. You may return to your seat. Next speaker we have is Ms Jodie Mellor of South Perth, who is speaking against the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm here tonight to speak for the motion to have a home for WASPs Hockey Club at Collier Reserve. A bit of background about me. My name is Jodie Mellor and I have been a member of WASP Hockey Club since I moved to Perth in 2007. I have played in the Premier Division for most of my time at the club, but I've also been lucky enough to play in our Metro grass grade when returning from having my third baby. I've also coached junior teams and been a member of the Social Events Committee. I grew up in regional North Queensland and started playing when I was 6 years old, although my parents always joked that I was born with a hockey stick in my hand. Growing up in Townsville, we were lucky enough that my club had a turf and grass fields at the same location. We would arrive in the morning for my brother and me to play our games and wouldn't leave until both parents had finished their games later that afternoon. I would spend the day with various friends, watching games, playing hockey tennis and avoiding the plover birds on the back fields. Saturdays were the highlight of my week. These are some of the best core memories I have. Eventually, as I got older, I progressed from grass grades to turf. My brother did as well. My parents then spent their days watching us play, chatting with their friends, watching games, and occasionally avoiding plovers on the backfield. I loved having my parents watch me play. I know they loved watching me play. I would head straight over to them for a debrief after the game, and these conversations usually carried on for the next week until I played again. I simply cannot imagine my parents not being there to watch me play and support me. It was at Townsville Hockey that I met my husband. As our facilities were all in one location, all of the teams would end the day at the clubhouse with a barbecue and celebration of the weekend's fixtures. It provided the opportunity for people to come together as a community, as a family, as a village. When I moved to Perth, I didn't know anybody except my husband. I turned up at my first training not knowing even one person. I was so warmly welcomed by the club and our members that I left that night with a handful of new friends. Friends that have been with me over the last 17 years, supporting me through my hockey career and personal life. Many of these people I now depend on weekly to watch my kids so I can play and train. I was lucky. I found a place to belong. I married into a family with a long history at WASPs. My husband and his sister have played for the club for over 35 years, starting when they were just 5 years old. My father-in-law has played for the club for 55 years and is a life member. I also have 4 nieces and nephews that play in the junior grades at WASPs. 2 of my children now play Minky and grads hockey, with my youngest trying to sneak into the drills and games each week as well. We live and breathe hockey in our family. Our weekends during the season start at 8 a.m. at Richardson Park, with my kids playing and me coaching. We're usually back after lunch to watch my husband play in the Metro Grass competition. As it worked out this year, many of my games were also on Saturday afternoon at one of the turf fields in the Perth area. These range from Warwick to Lark Hill to Shenton Park and Curtin. This often meant my family was spread across multiple locations and we often missed out on supporting or watching each other's game. Unfortunately, this is now a common occurrence across our club. As our juniors move up the grades, they transition from grass to artificial turf, and Saturday regulars at Richardson Park now find themselves ferrying their children across Perth, often to more than one location in a day. As I mentioned before, as a child, and even as a young adult, I cannot imagine not having my parents there to watch me. This is a reality of many of our club members currently. Our village isn't what it could be. This past season, I was a member of our Premier team. That is the top women's team in our club. The turf at Curtin is currently our home turf. We are not the only club that use Curtin as a home turf. I believe there are at least 3 others. And after the allocation of games and state training, there are only a few available training slots to book each week. This meant that only our Premier teams had the opportunity for regular training sessions on turf, often sharing half of a half field with our Premier 2 team. All of our other turf teams had no option but to train on dimly lit grass fields. As Curtin has no grass fields, we warmed up in the dark, on the bitumen, in the car park. It also meant we often trained at 8 or 9 p.m. on weeknights, which for the many high school students, who will be the future of our club, it was simply unachievable. On that, a quick side note. A 2019 Youth Confidence Report found that a whopping 50% of girls had dropped out of their chosen sport by age 17, many listing lack of access to adequate playing facilities as a contributing factor. With 2 girls of my own now, I find that statistic extremely worrying. Hockey aside, one of the most important aspects that WASPs offer our community is the chance for people to interact and come together to build their village, to have somewhere to just belong in this ever-changing world. Currently, WASP cannot do that effectively. We need one home for our club that caters for every type of member, from junior to senior, grass to turf, social or spectator. For many, it is not just a sports club, it's a lifeline. It certainly was for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mellor. Councillors, are there any questions for Ms Mellor? No? Okay, you can return to your seat. Okay, next speaker is Mr Murray Rosenberg of Como, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. And Mr Rosenberg, I have only allowed the first 7 slides of your presentation. Thank you.
7 slides.
7.
Thanks, presiding member. Good evening, presiding member, councillors and staff. Back in June 23rd, back in June 2023, the council approved a motion. Council approved a motion that the city not allow the building of a synthetic turf at Collier Reserve. This was based on a recommendation by a council officer. Many of us thought that this was the end of the matter, which had been going on for several years. It was done and dusted. Finally, time for all parties to move on. WASP, Wesley College, the council, and members of the community. But in fact now, we've heard from some of the WASP speakers, I think the President mentioned, and I haven't quoted you exactly, but she mentioned a statement which said, changing council decisions removes certainty in council decision making, and it was a good thing. Well, what's happening here? Back in June 2023, a decision was made not to allow synthetic at Collier Reserve. Now we come to February and we set the whole thing back in motion again. But no, like phoenix rising from the ashes, slowly and deliberately, this issue will again be discussed in the council meeting this month. I'm here to explain some events concerning why this is still being considered by the council. But as I've been told, I can only stick to 7 slides. The Local Government Act 1995, Section 2.1, as the presiding member is nodding, says a councillor represents the interests of electors, ratepayers and residents in the district. It doesn't mention about acting in the interests of a particular club, e.g. WASPs, neither making decisions to benefit friends or social connections. In fact, the Councillor Code of Conduct for the City of South Perth goes further, and it says a council member participate in decision making in an honest, fair, impartial and timely manner. It also says it based decisions on relevant and factual correct information and act with honesty and integrity, what you'd expect of all councillors. And good corporate governance, I believe, includes effective decision making based on all the skills required to make an informed, rational decision. How do I move this on? Oh, the next. Oh, thanks. The previous one. Thanks. The Wesleyan South Perth Hockey Club home ground. That's their home. This is located at Richardson Oval next to the Royal Perth Golf Club. It's a huge area. I've been down there many times to have a look at it. It's got 6 hockey turfs. I think about the size of Collier Reserve, Collins Oval, and Graydon Oval combined. It's huge. Trying to fit this into the size of Collier Reserve is like trying to put an elephant into a mini. Each of the ovals have hockey goals. One of the goal nets has a sign on it which says, "No soccer in goals." So there's no possibility if they move to Collier Reserve in sharing these grounds with soccer during the hockey season. The nets are totally incompatible. And WASP is saying, you're not allowed to use soccer on our nets. Goodbye to that. WASP has said they want a home and a combined facility of clubhouse, synthetic turf and grass pitches combined. We've heard this many times. But they appear to be quite intransigent in their unwillingness to compromise on this goal. Is it then the role of the city to meekly give them what they want and spend days and possibly months of council time trying to meet their request? Thank you. Use of Collier Reserve by sporting groups. Collier Reserve is used by the South Perth Junior Cricket Club, as you can see on that slide. Some of the clubs that use Collier Reserve are the South Perth Junior Cricket Club, the South Perth Baseball Club, and casual soccer groups, such soccer groups. These clubs would need to be relocated if WASP was to use Collier Reserve. The use of Collier Reserve by sporting groups. The South Perth baseball club, having a great time in this beautiful open area. What do they want to replace it with? A synthetic turf surrounded by a fence exclusively for wasps. The next slide, use of Collie Reserve by sporting group, the South Perth United Soccer Club. You see the people there watching the games. They're playing soccer, they're having a great time, there's kids involved. The use of Collie Reserve by sporting groups, the South Perth Dragon, the next slide, Dragon United Soccer Club, another soccer club. You can see the young people enjoying it. All this would stop, all for the benefit of one club. Doesn't make sense to me. It does make sense, but I am denied in explaining why I think it makes sense. Final slide I'm allowed to talk on is the community benefits of Collie Reserve. The general community use of Collie Reserve is jogging, families playing soccer, walking their dogs, and just generally enjoying the peace and quiet of this beautiful park from a park bench. Councillor Cridland declared in a conflict of interest at the council meeting on the 27th of February 24 in regards to motion 10.1.1 and 12.5 that, quotes, we walk our dog daily, often twice daily, at Collie Reserve, where wasps have indicated an interest in relocating to and constructing a hockey turf, end quotes. I walk around Collie Reserve quite regularly and I've never seen Councillor Cridland walk his dog. I've also asked other people who use Collie Reserve and they said they have never seen him walk his dog around this park. That is the end of my slides that I'm allowed to present. For the record, I wish to say I accept the decision of the chairperson, the presiding member, but for the record believe that this decision is against the principles of freedom of speech in a democratic society and not conclusive to an open and fair debate on this matter.
Thank you, Mr Rosenberg. Does anybody have any questions for Mr Rosenberg? No? All right, thank you. You can take your seat. All right. The next speaker, we have Ms Poe of Como, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1.
All right. Greetings, everyone. On behalf of the Friends of Collie Reserve, I wish to express our strong opposition to the proposed WASP hockey development at Collie Reserve and urge the Council to support the officer's recommendation not to grant an option to lease on any portion of Collie Reserve to Wesley South Perth Hockey Club WASP. The Friends of Collie Reserve is a community group dedicated to preserving the public open space, natural environment and wildlife at Collie Reserve and its surrounding areas. Over nearly 3 years, we have engaged with hundreds of residents in Como and the neighbouring suburbs. This engagement has consistently shown strong opposition to the proposed WASP development, as demonstrated by the petition we submitted and referenced in the officer's report. Unlike the club's survey feedback, this petition can be verified and accurately reflects widespread opposition, as evidenced by the 359 signatures from the City of South Perth electors. It also contradicts the suggestions made by some councillors that the opposition is limited to a few residents living opposite the park. Councillor Coveney, who made this assertion, went on further to say that a South Perth community page on social media, presumably Facebook, quote, attracted support for WASP 3-1, and claimed that, quote, he couldn't ask for more evidence about community sentiment. Given my experience working with social media and data specialists as part of a community engagement team, I would caution Councillor Coveney against relying on Facebook comments as they are not considered reliable data. Rather than focusing on the opinions of a few keyboard warriors, councillors should base their decisions on the facts. As you may be aware, the city is in the process of developing a new public open space strategy, and the current draft figures reveal a significant shortfall in our local public open space. The district has approximately 4% public open space, while Como has even less at 2.9%. This is starkly below the recommended level of 10%, representing a shortfall of approximately 60% across the city and 70% in Como. The shortage of public open space is already a pressing issue and will only worsen with increased urban infill. Yet, despite widespread concern, some councillors continue to hold the outdated belief that every club is entitled to its own single-use facility. While allocating land exclusively to community groups may have been feasible in the past, this practice is no longer sustainable. We are all familiar with the club's narrative, supported by the catchy tagline, "WASP wants a home," which concerningly some councillors have adopted in their campaign for the club. Councillor Ward's notice of motion is a prime example. It needs to be pointed out that WASP is not homeless. They already have an established home at Richardson Reserve, complete with a 21-year lease, a club room, and access to 6 grass pitches. The Oval is also set to receive a $1.3 million sports lighting upgrade and a $740,000 in change room improvements. Their need for synthetic turf can be met at the future $135 million high-performance hockey centre at Curtin University, which will have 4 synthetic turfs that WASP can use for all their home games. The centre will also offer world-class amenities, including shared club rooms and activity spaces for socialising, and opportunities to display club memorabilia, allowing them to retain their identity. Despite the generous provisions at Richardson Reserve and the new centre, WASP insists on having its own expensive, all-in-one facilities at Collier Reserve. They are not just seeking a new home, they are pursuing a premium dream home at the expense of the entire community. As demonstrated by the numerous deputations made tonight by community members and the strong representations from community groups, including the City of South Perth Residents Association, Salter Point Community Group, South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates, she's going to present next, and South Perth United Football Club, their pursuit of this dream home disregards the diverse needs of the broad community, which are currently being met by Collier Reserve. This vital green space provides a range of sporting, recreational, and nature opportunities, all of which are crucial for supporting mental and physical well-being, fostering social cohesion, and creating a strong sense of belonging. Allocating 12,000 square meters of land to the club for exclusive use would reduce the accessible active open space by 43%. This substantial loss would not only undermine fair access to this vital community resource, but also diminish the reserve's ability to meet the city's growing demand for sports spaces, particularly for the cricket, baseball, and soccer clubs that are currently using the Oval. The loss of accessible public open space is especially concerning for the local area, since nearby land in Kensington is slated for high-density development, which would likely increase the demand for public open spaces and further strain scarce community resources. At the February Ordinary Council meeting, several councillors made bold statements about the commitment to representing our community. Councillor Coveney asserted that it was his job to represent our community, all of them, not just the loudest. Councillor Prendeville emphasised that she was elected on the promise of listening to the community and responding to their needs. And Councillor Wall said she cares about her community's needs and thinks it's time for South Perth to level up. This raises the question, exactly which community are you referring to? The community of South Perth has over 46,000 residents, with more than 14,000 living in Como alone. In contrast, WASP has fewer than 800 members and less than 400 residing in the district. It's clear that the 5 elected members who supported the option to lease motion and revived the WASP agenda did not listen to the community or represent the broader needs and interests of all residents. It's time for these councillors to level up and restore public trust by voting decisively against the option to lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Poe. Councillors, do we have any questions for Ms Poe? No? Okay, you can take a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ms Bronwyn David of South Perth, who is speaking for the officer recommendation at item 10.1.1. Thank you, Ms David. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good evening, councillors, good evening, city staff, and good evening those in the public gallery and those listening at home. I come before you in my South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates t-shirt and speaking on behalf of the South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates, just to preempt any questions about how we're constituted. It's an entirely voluntary organisation. I'm one of the founders of the organisation. Over the couple of years we've been operating, we've gathered hundreds of supporters and followers who have indicated to myself and the other founders that they are concerned about the tree canopy in South Perth. So it's on that basis I come to talk to you about the impact on the tree canopy should the decision be made against the officer's recommendation and the artificial turfing of this area go ahead. From the outset, I'd like to make it clear that South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates is supportive of active recreation and its many physical and mental health benefits, and recognises the important role that the Wasps Hockey Club plays in the community. Notwithstanding that, South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates is opposed to the loss of tree canopy within the City of South Perth for any reason, given that our overall canopy is currently less than 16% and declining every day with ongoing development and the impact of the polyphagous shot-hole borer. South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates supports the City's recommendation that the Chief Executive Officer continue working with Wasps Hockey Club and Hockey WA to determine how the Wasps Hockey Club's needs can best be met at other places within the City of South Perth. You've heard from many other speakers that there are other artificial turfs in the city and projected to be more, hopefully with the redevelopment of Como Secondary College. The duplication of synthetic turf facilities at Collier Reserve should be avoided due to the extremely likely loss of tree canopy that would result. And again, you've heard from another speaker that it's predicted that around about 40 mature trees would have to go to make room for the turf. The urban heat and other adverse environmental impacts of the synthetic turf, such as its impermeability to water, its toxicity to soil microbiology and the contaminated runoff it releases, the reduction in publicly accessible open space for all, and the relocation of existing users. The trees in and around Collier Reserve provide significant amenity, and South Perth Tree Canopy Advocates requests the maintenance and expansion of tree canopy on and around the reserve, not a reduction. Amongst their many essential functions, trees provide important shade and cooling for all those who use the park, and habitat for endangered carnabies and red-tailed cockatoos and other local wildlife. We sweltered through an incredibly hot summer last year, beginning of this year, I think we can all see the impact of climate change, and so retaining and increasing our tree canopy is more critical now than ever. If negotiations with Hockey WA are unsuccessful and the council then determines that negotiations with WASPs over the use of Collie Reserve are to continue, avoiding tree loss should be a top priority and a clearly stated requirement. This includes loss of tree canopy arising from the actual development, during the construction works, and from the longer term impacts that proximity to synthetic turf has on tree health, such as heat and limited water and nutrients. The council should also require significant additional planting on the perimeter of the playing fields to expand the amenity and usability of the space for all in an attempt to offset the significant heat impacts of synthetic turf. What we don't want is an excess of new synthetic turf pitches in and adjacent to the South Perth local government area. So in conclusion, we believe that the completion of all negotiations over alternative options should continue as a priority. So to wrap up, I don't support decision-making in this matter. WASPs clearly has decades of history in the area, many dedicated members, and all very dedicated to their support, to their sport, sorry. But what I would say is that if this turf goes ahead, trees will be irreplaceably lost. Yes, we can plant new ones, but it's going to take a couple of decades to replace the ones that we already have. If this turf doesn't go ahead, WASPs does have alternative places to play. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms David. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Ms David? No. Okay, thank you. The next speaker we have is Mr Mark Kerrigan of Como, who is speaking against the officer recommendation at item 10.1.2.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, councillors. As indicated, I'm talking about item 10.1.2, so we're moving away from the first item, and I am speaking against the motion to endorse the revised plan. I should add, by way of background, I'm the immediate past president of Wesley South Perth Hockey Club and a life member of the club. The Community Recreation Facilities Plan Review has references to a number of really valid objectives, things like attracting external funding where possible for its community recreation facilities to reduce the financial burden on the community, investigation of any potential co-location sharing opportunities for community recreation facilities, and partnerships being one of the key principles of the plan. What appears to be missing, though, is any specific reference to opportunities that may exist to achieve these objectives. For example, we've heard tonight about Como Secondary College now seeking the opportunity to redevelop their location, including use of a turf. Wesley has obviously indicated previously that it is prepared to invest in a joint clubhouse and turf facility with ourselves, yet the plan references no engagement with either party. We would like to see who has been consulted during the course of the review, how proactive the administration has been to understand the needs and wants of the city's sporting and recreation clubs and genuinely work with the clubs to facilitate beneficial outcomes. In all of WASP's engagement with the city administration at Collier Reserve over now many years, whilst we have requested feedback on any other community groups that may be co-tenants at Collier Reserve, the administration has provided no information on any such opportunities, and to be direct, has shown no inclination to find solutions. That's been left to us. You don't have to look hard to find this information, though. We've heard tonight that South Perth United Football Club is looking for expansion space and indeed has submitted an interest at Collier Reserve. We're aware from past discussions that Trinity Aquinas AFL Club is at capacity due to the introduction of female teams at its Bill Graydon Oval location. Have there been any discussions with these clubs? Is it a priority to find solutions for them as well?
What is the opportunity if WASP does move to Collier Reserve for either of South Perth United Football Club to be relocated to Richardson Park? And then does that perhaps open up options for Trinity Aquinas at their base at Challenger Reserve? No reference to any of this. Is there an opportunity for the Bridge Club to co-locate with WASPs at Collier Reserve? If the Bridge Club were to vacate their current site, the property that the city owns, freehold, could then be sold and funds used to contribute to a multi-user community sporting facility at Collier Reserve. If it's a requirement of WASPs for any development approval is that multiple users should be identified, and it's not an unreasonable expectation that the city should also be making a contribution to this structure. Reference is made to the plan to consideration of lighting upgrades at Richardson Park. Should WASP relocate, could that funding perhaps be redirected to support the lighting costs at Collier Reserve? We've heard before about the undergrounding of the high voltage power line that sits above the sports space at Collier Reserve. Regardless of who is playing sport there, that is a risk management issue. We've heard before that the city has no money and it's not in their plan. Was this reconsidered in the plan review? Many of these actions have likely been dismissed on the assumption that the officer recommendation in item 10.1.1 will be supported by the council, despite a vote to the contrary in February 2024. Can a plan review realistically be passed at this point ahead of knowing which way the council will vote on 10.1.1 next week? At the last council elections, there were bold statements about the outcome showing that the electors had spoken and they wanted increased community sporting and recreation facilities. Where in this revised plan does it lay out any such increase in facilities? Where is the reference to measures such as KPIs set and benchmarking as to expenditure? If these outcomes are indeed what the elected council is aiming to achieve, why are they not reflected in this plan review? Instead, it appears to be a continuation of the previous plan thinking. Page 19 of the review plan states that the city's view remains that the planned Australian High Performance Hockey Centre at Curtin University will provide the best overall hockey facility outcome for the Wasps Hockey Club. In July 2024, Council resolved for the city to engage with Hockey WA with respect to the use of the Australian High Performance Hockey Centre to meet the needs of the community. Now, this statement is missing a fairly significant alternate outcome from the very same meeting this recommendation originated from, where the option to lease a portion of Collier Reserve was passed by Council subject to a number of terms. The fact is the Council has resolved in February 2024 with item 12.5 that the best outcome was for WASP to be at Collier Reserve as long as they meet certain conditions. The Council understands the needs and benefits of a community sporting club. That is why we have subsequently been negotiating an option to lease in good faith with the City Administration since that point. How is it then, in such a strategically important document, that this outcome cannot even have been referenced? Is the view of the administration that it, rather than the elected officials, should be determining the position on what WASP's future should be? It is also the case that WASP has not requested nor requires the city to negotiate with Hockey WA on its behalf in relation to our arrangements at PHS. We have had a long-term tenancy agreement with Hockey WA to play our turf games and conduct training there to the extent we've been able to secure turf. We have ongoing discussions with Hockey WA about our current and future needs at PHS and recognise that we'll need to continue with our current arrangement for some time yet. We are more than capable of negotiating these arrangements for ourselves. Finally, to the key recommendations referenced on page 29, there are two recommendations here that appear to contradict each other. Firstly, that the city work with Wasp Hockey Club and Hockey WA to determine how the Wasp Hockey Club needs can best be met at the Australian High Performance Hockey Centre. And then separate to that, that the city liaise with Wasp Hockey Club regarding leasing and licensing of Collier Reserve. Now, the second recommendation here is obviously welcomed by the club. That's what we thought we were here to do after months of negotiations. It does, however, contradict directly with both the first recommendation and the statement made on page 19 that I referenced earlier. If the message here is that the recommendation is to continue to pursue both options, then that is certainly welcome from our perspective. Motion 10.1.1, however, seems to clearly suggest that it is to be one or the other. If the officer recommendation of 10.1.1 is approved, does this render the community recreation facilities plan out of date and therefore unable to be approved at this point? For the collective reasons I've highlighted here, we do not believe the plan review should be endorsed in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kerrigan. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for Mr Kerrigan? Councillor Brandis.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr Kerrigan. I've got a few questions. This one I've actually asked earlier this evening as well, but I'll ask the same of you. With regard to the Como Secondary College, would you give that due consideration if they're looking for an equity partner to actually fund and co-use a hockey facility?
Well, my response to that would be the same as that of our President and Lyle Kenny. Absolutely, we would consider that. And as the previous speakers have indicated, any co-user, particularly of the broader facility, would be absolutely welcome.
Thank you. You've identified, obviously, some deficiencies with regard to the deed, the arrangement, and I appreciate that. But with regard to Wesley College, they're an equity partner, whether it be 50% or a different number, they're almost a half equity partner. Given that they've got such a significant capital outlay, would you consider it appropriate for Wesley to be a party to the deed and be named in the deed, given their contribution?
Look, that's probably a question best answered by our President. I'm no longer President and no longer actively involved in the negotiations with Wesley, but you know, that's not something I can comment on.
Yeah. Thank you. With regard to raising the 15 million funding, roughly how long do you think that might take?
Well, if this option to lease were granted, we would have 3 years, and to be able to satisfy the city that we had the funding available to proceed beyond that.
Yeah. So I suppose my question is, do you consider it feasible that you'd be able to raise $15 million in 3 years, or would you be able to raise it sooner?
Oh, well, I don't expect it would be a lot sooner than that. It's a massive task. We all understand that. We would take the good part of that 3-year period. I don't know exactly how long it will take, but we'll be actively pursuing that once we have some certainty around the option to lease.
Thank you. And I do appreciate it is a significant amount of money, so it would take a fair amount of time to actually raise. Given that consideration that this is going to take some years to raise, with regard to the forecast cost of the $15 million, have you updated your profile for the actual forecast expenditure for the capital outlay? And of course, you know, with inflation as it is, it would be above the 15 million. So is there a reforecast for maybe 2 or 3 years out?
There hasn't been a reforecast done to my knowledge at this point, but again, I'm not that actively involved in that at this point.
Great, thank you, Mr Kerrigan.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? No. All right, thank you, Mr Kerrigan. And our final speaker of the evening is Mr Stephen Syme of Como, who is speaking against the officer recommendation at item 10.1.2. Thank you, Mr Syme. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. An additional speaker to that was in the process as well.
Oh, I only have Mr Syme's details, but I'm content for you to speak together.
Alan Sands.
Sorry, what was your name?
Sands.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, councillors and officers of the City of South Perth and everybody else. I'm not speaking on the same subject that you've been talking about, and my opposition is purely to correct a comment on 10.1.2 of your agenda, which states that, by the way, I'm the president of the Como Croquet Club. Alan is the captain. It says here that the Como Croquet Club has 75 playing members, which I want corrected. We've had over 90 to 100 playing members for at least the last 5 years. And the other thing is that it says that we have declined in the last 5 years, which is wrong. We've been quite static, and we were going to start recruiting to get more members in the future. So that is my primary focus, is just to correct those two things. So I'm not going to waste your time with a lot of talk. However, Alan, who is our captain, would like to talk to you about our croquet club.
Yeah. Also, in line with looking at this review, we're just trying to bring some focus to some of the things about croquet that are mentioned in this report and to raise some considerations. The first is that there's a focus on bringing shared facilities into, or shared use of the croquet facility. Now, I thoroughly support shared use where it's functional, but putting some of the shared use in with a croquet club, croquet activities is quite risky. Having a recommendation of a possible child play group in that facility is not a wise decision. Having 1 pound croquet balls moving at high speed across the lawn and small people in the way is not a good idea. It would be good to have good conversations regarding those shared uses. There's mention about the possibility of integrating with tennis courts and bowling clubs. That's been tried around the nation. It's in some places it's been successful, and it's acceptable for very low grade croquet, but for high grade croquet it's unacceptable. Playing on a tennis court is not good. Playing a bowling green, I must admit, is really good, but bowling people don't really like putting 6 croquet hoops in the middle of their lawns, and there's usually a conflict about that. I'd just point out that Como Croquet Club is one of the 3 forlorn venues in Western Australia. It's a premier facility. We in Croquet West host the national titles for croquet and the interstate carnival every 3 years. For those who don't know, there are 3 primary codes we have. We have golf croquet, association croquet and ricochet. There are titles and championships and national titles in each of those codes. Como hosts many of those, and there are competitions at national level on a regular basis, or at state level on a regular basis. Trying to integrate that with other facilities, other activities is going to be quite contentious and quite difficult on a small venue. The other part about sharing the venue mentions in the report that the club has a low requirement for storage in clubhouse facilities. We have best part of, let's say, close to 100 members. The facility can take 34 members inside. Putting a couple of other activities in there as well. The maths doesn't work very well, and I suggest we review that before we adopt the plan. I think it's important to note that throughout Western Australia, particularly Perth, high-grade facilities like ours are difficult to manage. We've been upgrading and maintaining in conjunction with the city, I must admit, and great support. We've had $70,000 spent on 2 lawns in the last 2 years, substantial kitchen renovations, lighting in the last 6 years, over $70,000. To keep this club active and working as a croquet club, I stress really clearly that croquet at the level that we're playing it is not something that you can just put on a little bit of flat ground somewhere in the back of an old bowling club and a leftover bit of a tennis club that's not doing so well on its members. So I implore you to have a good look at this sport, an international sport, and not consider it as a garden croquet type activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Simon, Mr Sands. Councillors, does anybody have any questions for the gentleman? No? Okay, you're welcome to take your seat. Now, it's been another hour and a half since our last break. I think it's time for another comfort break. So if we can all stretch our legs for 15 minutes and we'll... Okay, make it 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9:40. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're ready to reconvene. Item 10, draft September reports. I now hand you over to our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Mike Bradford, to take you through the balance of the draft September reports.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 10.1.1, response to notice of motion, Sports Spaces Collier Reserve, option to lease Wasps Hockey Club. This report is in response to Council Resolution number 224/028, titled Notice of Motion, Councillor Bronwyn War, Sports Spaces Collier Reserve, option to lease, and presents for Council's consideration a draft option to lease and a draft lease document for Collier Reserve in favour of Wesley South Perth Hockey Club. Whilst the Council resolution at its meeting held on the 27th of February has been acted upon with the option to lease and lease document being developed, the officer recommendation remains consistent with the previous recommendations to determine how Wasps Hockey Club needs can be best met at the Australian High Performance Hockey Centre. An alternate officer recommendation consistent with this resolution is provided at the end of the report. The alternate recommendation is inclusive of all known requirements should Council wish to proceed with the granting of the option to lease.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. I've got just a general question with regard to this item. I just want a bit of an understanding as to why the recommendation was framed in this way, if the administration could please advise.
Thank you. Sorry. To Mr. Adams.
So I might just start, and I think the CEO might want to finish off. But I guess as officers, our obligation is to provide council with our professional opinion, and all along throughout this process, the officer's opinion hasn't changed in that we believe that the best option is to continue to try and find a way that WASP's needs can be met at the redeveloped Perth Hockey Stadium. We understand that Council did make another resolution to go forward with preparing an option to lease and a lease document. We have followed that resolution to a T, and we have negotiated in good faith with WASPs regarding the lease documents and the option to lease, and we've come up with documents that are protect the interests of the city and the state in terms of it being Crown land, but also provide for the terms that were outlined in the council resolution. However, that doesn't take us away from the fact that the city officer's position is that that is not the best option for the city as a whole, for the reasons outlined in the report. So whilst we've carried out all of the things that were required under the previous council resolution, we have remained consistent with what we have previously advised council is our view on the matter, our professional opinion on the matter. And the CEO might want to add something.
Just to add, there are examples in other local governments in past practice where if we were to suddenly recommend the lease, that would have been inconsistent with our previous position, and so we've taken that approach. Just to be reassured, I was an army officer for 22 years. I'm really comfortable with following orders, and that's what we've done faithfully and done in good faith, even where my professional or personal judgment might differ from that. I can separate those two things out, and so we're really comfortable with what we've done, but we wanted to be clear to council of what the position was and that we've been consistent in our advice.
Thank you very much, Director Adams and CEO Bradford.
Thank you.
So we are following that resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Coveney, did you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I seek your indulgence to, instead of after each question, because I have many, simply go through them with Director Shaw. Director Shaw has these questions and I guess answers in front of her. So if she's satisfied with that and you are, then I'd propose to do that to save time and be a bit more logistically sensible.
Okay, thank you.
The briefing agenda states that the Wasps are unable to play high-grade home games at Richardson Park due to a lack of synthetic turf, that there is not enough synthetic turf available at the current hockey stadium at Curtin University, but there will be more turf available at the new site to be redeveloped at Curtin University. How many synthetic turfs does the current hockey stadium at Curtin University offer?
2 synthetic turfs.
And which groups are presently competing for use of the current hockey stadium at Curtin University?
Wasps, the Curtin Hockey Club, the men's and women's state team, and the men's and women's Australian team.
And what's the number of synthetic turfs which will be on offer at the redeveloped Curtin University grounds?
4 synthetic turfs.
And which groups are anticipated to be competing for use of the redevelopment at Curtin University?
Wasps, other local teams, the Curtin Hockey Club, the men's and women's state team, and the men's and women's Australian team.
Is it a fair assumption that if the Wasps and other local community clubs want to use synthetic turf at the news facility at the same time as the men's and women's Australian hockey team and the men's and women's state hockey team, that those 4 other teams would take preference over the Wasps and the other local community clubs?
Hockey WA have indicated that it will set aside turfs for shared use by Wasps, Xavier Hockey Club and the Curtin Hockey Club.
And how many turfs have Hockey WA indicated that they will set aside for the shared use by Wasps and the other local teams and the Curtin Hockey Club?
Hockey WA indicated that they would set aside turfs for shared use of the Curtin Hockey Club and Wasps, being the 2 nearest home teams. They would have access to all 4 turfs, and other future shared use will depend on requests and availability.
But in any event, the Wasps will still be required to share synthetic turfs with other clubs, subject to scheduling, i.e. they won't get an exclusive use synthetic turf.
Yes, assuming the other clubs also seek to locate in that location, it would be shared with Xavier and Curtin Hockey Club.
And has the stakeholder who's responsible for the delivery of the new development at Curtin University publicly guaranteed the Wasps game time on the new synthetic turf each time they require it for games?
Not publicly, however, no agreement has been reached for the clubs to use the facility.
If the game time is not guaranteed, will the Wasps not be required to continue to play synthetic turf games at non-home grounds as far as an hour away, which is the same predicament they currently find themselves in?
The scheduling of hockey matches is determined by Hockey WA.
Thank you. In the February agenda, it's noted that one of the main reasons Council resolved not to progress with synthetic turf at Collier in July 23 was because minimal progress had occurred in relation to the South Perth train station, and therefore there was not an imminent need to relocate sporting clubs from Richardson Park. The City's Integrated Transport Plan 2021 states that a train station at Richardson Park is a high priority, and the WA Planning Commission's Transport Network Plan of 2018 also refers to the possibility of a train station in South Perth. Does the City see the development of a train station as an inevitability, i.e. it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when?
The City will continue to advocate for a station. However, whether or not a station is developed is a matter for the state government. Given the commitment to current MetroNet projects, the City does not anticipate a station being built in the short to medium term.
Will the Wasp be required to make way for the train station?
Wasp will not be required to move if a train station was constructed. The actual impact, if any, of the proposed train station on Richardson Park will only be known if a decision is made for the project to proceed and following the completion of the detailed design phase. Currently, a South Perth train station precinct boundary has been identified that intersects through a small section of Richardson Park at the northwest, the top left portion of the park. If the train station required this whole area, it may result in a reduction of 1 grass hockey field. However, the full impact, if any, is not currently known.
Does the South Perth train station precinct boundary consider parking and or urban infill, i.e. increased high-rise apartments around the train station at Richardson Park?
No, this land is currently reserved Parks and Recreation under the Metropolitan Region Scheme and Local Planning Scheme, and scheme amendments and detailed precinct planning would be required before such development could be considered.
Thank you. The city has 8 active reserves, being Richardson Park, Ernest Johnson Oval, James Miller Reserve, Bill Graydon Reserve, George Burnett Park, Challenger Reserve, Morris Mundy Reserve and Collier Reserve. What is the formal utilisation for Bill Graydon Reserve?
I'll preface my answers on these ones to say that the percentages that I can provide are based on the usage. However, the peak usage of the reserves differs. And by that I mean typically between 4 and 9 p.m, all of our reserves are at approximately 90% capacity. However, if you consider usage over the course of the entire time that it could be hired, the percentage would obviously drop. So in terms of formal utilisation of Bill Graydon Reserve, over the whole time that it could be booked, 23%.
And what's the formal utilisation of Ernest Johnston Oval?
22%.
And what's the formal utilisation for Morris Mundy Reserve?
15%.
And what's the formal utilisation for James Miller Oval?
15%.
And what's the formal utilisation for Richardson Park?
14%.
And what's the formal utilisation for George Burnett Park?
12%.
And what's the formal utilisation for Coma Reserve?
4%.
And what's the formal utilisation for Collier Reserve?
3%.
So am I correct in understanding that Collier Reserve is between 3 and 6 times less formally utilised than the other reserves in the city except for Coma Reserve?
Yes.
The city has a precinct master plan for Challenger Reserve and George Burnett Park. If they are implemented, what will be the estimated formal utilisation of these active reserves?
This is unknown at this point in time, as the utilisation of Challenger Reserve and George Burnett Park will be determined during the business case process for these proposed redevelopment projects.
Thank you. The city has a number of exclusive use venues, for example, Collier Park Golf Course, Royal Perth Golf Course, the South Perth Tennis Club, the Hensman Park Tennis Club, the Manning Tennis Club, the South Perth Bowls Club, the Como Bowls Club, the Manning Bowls Club, the Como Croquet Club, the Manning Senior Citizen Centre and the South Perth Senior Citizen Centre. How many square metres is the building at Collier Park Golf Course and the total area which is leased?
The total area leased is 181.2 hectares, and the building footprint would likely change should redevelopment of the golf course occur in accordance with the business plan considered by Council.
And how many square metres is the building at the Royal Perth Golf Course and the total area which is leased?
Royal Perth Golf Course leases the entire reserve, including the building, which is 33.6 hectares.
And how many square metres is the building at South Perth Tennis Club and the total area which is leased?
The building is 365 square metres and the leased area is 17,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the building at Hensman Park Tennis Club and the total area which is leased?
The building is 524 square metres and the leased area is 12,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the building at the Manning Tennis Club and the total area which is leased?
The building is 440 square metres and the leased area is 7,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the building at South Perth Bowls Club and the total area which is leased?
5,000 square metres is leased, of which the club room is approximately 500 square metres.
And how many square metres is the building at Como Bowls Club and the total area which is leased?
The building is 650 square metres and the leased area is 8,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the Manning Bowls Club building and the total area which is leased?
The building is 1,400 square metres and the leased area is 13,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the Como Croquet Club and the total area which is leased?
The building is 200 square metres and the leased area is 4,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the Manning Senior Citizen Centre building and the total area which is leased?
409 square metres is the building footprint, which will be similar to the lease area as they do not lease the car park.
And how many square metres is the South Perth Senior Citizens Centre building and the total area which is leased?
387.5 square metres is the building, which will be similar to the lease area as again they do not lease the car park.
And how many square metres is the Bridges Club building and the total area which is leased?
650 square metres, of which the building is approximately 400 square metres.
And how many square metres is the club room and synthetic turf proposed at Collier Park by the Wasps?
The proposed synthetic turf is approximately 5,000 square metres, but the building size is not yet known.
And how many square metres is the Wasps' current clubhouse at the Pavilion at Richardson Park?
Approximately 1,000 square metres.
Some members of the public are under the belief that if the Wasps are granted a lease, there'll be no public access to Collier Reserve. How many square metres is Collier Reserve?
Approximately 35,000 square metres.
And how many square metres is the Wesley Playing Fields and Bill Graydon Reserve, which are adjacent to Collier Reserve?
Approximately 35,000 square metres and 19,000 square metres respectively.
Thank you. The city has a number of clubs, I've just mentioned them. What is the approximate number of members of the South Perth Tennis Club?
236 members.
And what is the approximate number of the members of the Hensman Park Tennis Club?
300 members.
What is the approximate number of members of the Manning Tennis Club?
200 members.
What is the approximate number of the members of the South Perth Bowling Club?
142 members.
The number of members of the Como Bowls Club?
400 members.
The number of members of the Manning Bowls Club?
800 members.
The number of members of the Croquet Club?
Page 22 of the council report referenced that the Como Croquet Club had approximately 75 members. However, the city believes the membership may now be approximately 90 members based on a community funding application which was submitted to the city recently.
Thank you. And what is the approximate number of members of the South Perth Rugby Club?
300 members.
And the South Perth Soccer Club?
320 members.
And the South Perth Cricket Club?
200 members.
And the South Perth Football Club?
450 members.
And the South Perth Bridges Club?
400 members.
And the Manning Senior Citizen Centre?
683 financial members.
And the South Perth Senior Citizen Centre?
133 financial members.
And what's the approximate number of the members of the Wasps Hockey Club?
758 members.
Thank you. The briefing agenda states that the proposed Wasps clubhouse will be a high-cost asset. Is it the city or the Wasps who are required to meet the cost of the building?
The WASP, or where the WASP cannot maintain the building, it would fall to the city.
So will the Wasps be required to provide a guarantor or have the building fund secured before they could proceed to build on Collier Reserve?
No, a bank guarantee is not required. However, WASP will need to demonstrate that they have secured funding for the development, which is referenced in section 5.1 of the draft option to lease agreement.
Thank you. Just as the city will be responsible for maintaining the building if the WASP cannot maintain it, is the city not responsible for most, if not all, other buildings used by local clubs if they can't maintain it?
If the building is on land owned by the city, yes. It should be noted that no other clubs in the city are planning to undertake a $14.8 million redevelopment project by themselves, so the city faces a higher risk if this project proceeds.
How will there be a risk if they need to demonstrate funding before they begin construction?
There is no risk up front as they would need to prove the costs. However, longer term, in respect to asset management and replacement, there would be a risk.
Thank you. If WASPs are granted an option to lease and are required to give up their lease at Richardson Park, will another club be able to use Richardson Park and the club rooms located there?
Yes.
Some members of the community believe that if the WASPs are granted an option to lease, they will have exclusive use of Collier Reserve. As part of the proposed, part of the terms of its proposed lease, aren't the WASPs required to co-locate with another group?
Yes.
Thank you. The February agenda notes that of the reserves available, Collier Reserve was one of the 3 reserves which would have the least impact on existing users. Further, it states that the Cricket Club and the Football Club use Challenger Reserve and the Baseball Club uses Bill Graydon Reserve. However, the September agenda now states that the South Perth Junior Cricket Club, the South Perth United Football Club and the South Perth Baseball Club now use Collier Reserve. Could you please clarify where these clubs play?
Cricket is played at nearly every site in the city. Soccer is primarily played at Challenger Reserve and baseball is primarily played at Bill Graydon Reserve and Collins Oval.
If the Wasps were to relocate to Collier, could another winter sport such as the South Perth United Football Club and or the South Perth Baseball Club relocate to Richardson Park?
Yes.
Is the city currently undertaking a feasibility study for playing fields at Elm Street in South Perth?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just want to clarify, following all those questions and numbers, is it correct to say that every recreation facility for any club is tailored on the need and availability at that time? And it's not as simple as just comparing one club and piece of land against another?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you maybe just state it again just so I can follow it?
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'm just trying to work out the relevance of all those facts and figures. And I can see there's been comparisons made. I'm just wondering, can such comparisons really be drawn from the city's perspective, given the nature of the way clubs are established, when they're established and, the purpose?
I can't answer for why Councillor Coveney asked all the questions, but I can talk to the relevance of how those numbers can be used and the like. So, as Director Shaw pointed out, the raw utilisation number
our active playing fields are able to be booked, I think it's from early in the morning until late in the evening. So but very few people, schools and sporting clubs, book a playing field at 9 o'clock on a Thursday morning. They all want to play in the afternoon or the evening, and typically on weekends. So we experience overall low utilisation, but at peak times, as Director Shaw said, most of our active playing are at near 90%. It's a bit like Western Power and the power network, that they have a power network that can provide for the peak hours between 5 and 8 o'clock at night, and yet that's not used at the same utilisation all the time, but they have to provide for the peak. So we have to provide for the peak because we can't move people around in the way. So that's that. The other point around single-use facilities and how they come about, the reality is the vast majority of the city's community sporting halls and infrastructure they're 40 and 50 years old, and so they very much come from a legacy of decisions made a long time ago. It is clear, and we have a significant burden of cost to replace all of those facilities in the next 20 or 30 years, as we've been discussing. And the clear policies at state and federal government drive you towards multi-use facilities to reduce that overall infrastructure cost, but also to be allowed for shared public open space. So I guess to try to answer the question is there's lots of factors to take into account, and we have done the best we can in representing that in the Community Recreation Facilities Plan and also in this. But I would urge councillors to ask, rather than attempting to do their own analysis based on a spreadsheet of numbers, to ask us what our advice is in terms of utilisation and best practice and best outcome for the sports concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and to CEO Bradford. So does that raw utilisation, those numbers, I don't recall them also including things like dog walking, dog exercise areas. I mean, they're obviously prolific. Where there's dog exercise areas, they're very busy, especially during peak times. Does it take into account that sort of activity?
It doesn't, but I might get Director Shaw or Patrick to. No, it doesn't. It only takes into account booked times. So casual use, either dog walkers or casual sports, and even some organised sports use some of our playing facilities on a casual basis without booking, and so it doesn't take that into account. I look over Ernest Johnson Oval, and I am constantly surprised at the number of dog walkers on that park, and I suspect it's no different to many of the parks in South Perth.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and again to Mr CEO Bradford. So my next question is, the word significant has been used at least 3 times in the officer's report in relation to the financial risks associated with the development of a new hockey facility at Collier Park Reserve. And just wondering if the relevant reporting officers could elaborate further on this financial risk if Council was minded to proceed with the alternate recommendation over the substantive recommendation, please.
Director Adams, thank you.
To where we've used significant in the costs. We, as has already been mentioned, the cost of building is significant, and I'm sure with some of the other facilities we've got currently that require replacement, similar arguments would have been made when they were built, that the club was funded through external funding. It wasn't a cost to the city, or the city was contributing only a small percentage of the cost. But what happens over time is that, and it's across local government, is that the city ends up taking responsibility for assets that are on city-owned land or on land that is vested in the city through management orders, so our reserves. So whilst we don't have a quantum of what the potential costs could be or the financial risks at this stage. That would only become clearer, I guess, when the revised detailed plans are known and the revised business model is put forward, because my understanding was that the 14.8 million that was in the previous feasibility study was going to be revised, and that the new plans may not reflect that cost in its entirety and might be something completely different. But having an asset on the city's land in the end makes the city responsible for it. And that's, I guess, where the significant financial risks come from.
And so there are really three elements of risk to the financial risk. One is the initial quantum, as Director Adams has said, the estimate's at 14.8 million. If that gets revised, that's still a significant amount. Now, we've mitigated that risk by requiring WASP to demonstrate that they have secured the funding before it proceeds. So that deals with that element of the risk. What it doesn't deal with is what happens if there's significant escalation or changes during construction. So that and also the long-term operating costs and sustainment, and that's where you can't separate the turf, the hockey turf, from the land, and ultimately the city ends up with that risk, and that's why we rated it significant, and that's the caution that we've put. That they're very hard to mitigate those risks today.
Can I just add to that? In relation to financing capital works for community recreation facilities, the normal approach is to seek external funding, so 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. The state will look at the current provision of synthetic pitches when they make those funding decisions, and Hockey WA has clearly said that they're not supportive of additional synthetic pitches in their facilities plan.
Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question arising from the concerns about risk. Can the city give some examples of where the City of South Perth has had to take over maintenance of a building from a club?
So, yeah, it would be pretty much all of our old facilities where clubs don't pay for maintenance, the city does. So, regardless of what the arrangement was, 20, 30, 40 years ago, the city is now responsible for maintaining, replacing those assets. So I guess that's the point. It's the long-term financial risks that we were talking about. Short-term, I think we can mitigate because, the club is required to fund the development. The club is required to meet all the operating costs. But again, like a lot of our other facilities, the city wouldn't have paid for the original building of those facilities, but now is responsible for the maintenance and the replacement of those facilities.
Sorry, I was more seeking you just in terms of what those clubs were, or if there are some examples as opposed to a general.
Well, I think it's just about every club in the city. It's no different to the circumstance. I'll use the example of the river walls. So the river walls were built by the state government and managed by the Public Works Department. And in the late 80s, they were gifted to local governments. That gift of an asset actually is a massive liability. And so it's a very similar circumstance where we end up with the responsibility because it's on our land.
I'm just going to ask a question following on from that. On the basis that the city currently funds the maintenance of every asset, can somebody explain to me why the proposal for the WASPs is different?
So I guess the point is that it's an additional financial burden. It could be an additional financial burden on the city in the future. That's the financial risk that we're pointing out to council. And I guess by having two other turfs close by, or two other new ones built close by. I'm not sure how that impacts the operating model that has previously been put forward by WAS, but it's clear that, I guess, the more synthetic turfs that there are, the viability of those synthetic turfs could be at risk, like it is with, everything has a capacity point or a saturation point. So we're pointing out what the potential risks are, and at this stage we see them as unnecessary risks because another asset is being built close by that could meet the playing needs of WASP.
Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Just on the same conversation, with regard to potential future capital costs, obviously this facility would be a new facility, so you wouldn't have the immediate costs up front. But as the assets age, like with all the ageing infrastructure assets, they become a significant burden after 15 or 20 years. But what I did hear tonight from the deputations was a bit of an understanding that the city would be incurring significant utility costs up front and also car parking costs. And I think we heard a number of around about $2.5 million from one of the deputies. Could I just maybe get a bit of an understanding as to what sort of upfront infrastructure costs the ratepayers of the city would need to incur for this facility, and what some of those infrastructure costs would look like?
Director Adams.
So to be fair to WAS, we haven't included those in our financial risk because the motion that Council resolved was that they would have to fund the whole thing themselves. And so we have not taken that into account in saying there's financial risk because the initial building of the facility, as per the council resolution, was supposed to be funded by WASPs themselves, and the option to lease has a clause in it that says they need to prove to the satisfaction of the city that the funding is adequate before the lease can be granted. So we haven't included that. That's something that council would have to resolve if they wanted to contribute to the actual development.
Thank you. Councillor Navard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just looking at the alternative officer recommendation, point 5, and I did notice in some of the presentations tonight there was some level of confusion about the play space on Richardson Park once the other facility was built. Now, Section 5 refers to the surrender of the pavilion, and clearly it's assuming that Richardson Park play space for the hockey will be maintained. But tonight I thought I could hear people seeming to assume that that was not the case. So I'm just wondering if anyone can clarify.
Director Adams, thank you.
So the reason it's worded like that is because WAS currently only have a lease over the pavilion at Richardson Park. They don't have a lease over the ground space. They book the ground space through our booking mechanisms. And so, yes, they do have use of that on a seasonal basis, but it's not under a lease agreement. So obviously if they moved their if they got the lease at Collier, then our expectation would be they give up the lease at the pavilion at Richardson Park, and they would move their other playing surfaces across to Collier as well.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wondering what the standard minimum public open space requirements according to local planning regulations in WA, what they are. I think it was mentioned in a deputation earlier this evening, so I just want to get that clarified, please. And where does Como, as well as South Perth as a whole, currently sit in relation to that requirement or standard, please?
Director Shaw.
Thank you. So the requirement to give up 10%, the 10% of the gross subdivisible area of any conditional subdivision is given up free of cost by the subdivider for public open space. That comes from, it's a state policy, and it comes from recommendations of the actual original Metropolitan Region Perth and Fremantle 1955 report. So it's quite a long-standing position to have 10% of any given suburb as public open space. The city's preparing its public open space strategy, and what that does, it'll confirm the total areas of local and regional open space that we have for each suburb, and we'll factor in percentages of public open space that were given up as part of some of the original subdivisions throughout the district. But the draft figures that we have indicate that Como has a local percentage of 2.97 for public open space, and that there's a total of only 4% across the entire district, which is obviously well short of the recommended 10%.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, through the chair, to Director Shaw. So does the city know what the anticipated population increase might be in and around Como over the next 10 years, and how that may impact on that percentage of, I think, 2.95 that you said, or 75?
Director Shaw.
Thank you, presiding members. So I don't have the figures for Como in particular, but we're going from around 49,000 to 67 to 68 odd thousand in the next 10 to 20 years. So there will be population increases throughout the district. In terms of where that density would likely be located, it would predominantly be around the Canning Bridge Activity Centre plan area and on the peninsula, given that's where the density has been located in local planning scheme number 7. So we can expect a lot more pressure on public open space in Como.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, through the chair, again to Director Shaw. What is the likelihood of the city being able to acquire new public open space in Como or anywhere else in the district to make up for that shortfall, please?
Thank you. It's quite limited. For the city to acquire public open space, it's very difficult in a city context, and the reason being, Planning and Development Act sets out the provisions in where we can request or require public open space, which is 2 lots or more. However, there's a long-standing position of the state through its various policies that you can only request such a condition at the time of subdivision where you have 5 lots or more. The zoning and the lot sizes that we have throughout the district are such that it's very unlikely that we'll be seeing 5-lot survey strata subdivisions throughout the different areas. So we're losing the opportunity to seek contributions towards public open space at the time of subdivision. Last year, the West Australian Planning Commission also removed the ability for local governments to put conditions on built strata applications, which is apartment buildings, to acquire public open space. So if we were to seek such a contribution from a developer for any new apartment buildings, the West Australian Planning Commission would have to first agree to the condition. So both of those 2 things mean that we're limiting our ability to collect cash contributions to acquire public open space. Even if we did have the developer contributions in that respect, the land values across the city are obviously quite high. So for the city to acquire freehold lots at market value to amalgamate and create new public open space would likely be cost prohibitive to the city.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And again, Director Shaw. Look, it's been stated that competition for public open space is stronger now than it's ever been. And is the city aware of any existing or new sports and recreation clubs seeking public open space in Como or elsewhere in the district, please? And if so, what have those requests or conversations entailed?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you. So the city receives requests from new and existing user groups for access to public open space all the time. So we don't provide for certain sports throughout the city. So netball, for example, we've received requests from volleyball. We try and accommodate the clubs where possible by balancing the hiring arrangements and aligning winter and summer sports with the use of the reserves. However, as we mentioned earlier, we're at capacity in the peak times, and we can't accommodate every single sport that seeks to operate in the district.
Thank you. Councillor Coveney.
Just going back to the financial risk, and it seemed to me the biggest financial risk is long-term in terms of the maintenance of the building, and I just want to confirm the city's position that effectively every building on its land in the past and the future carries that risk. So, for instance, if the city was to go ahead with indoor sports courts, it would have that same risk?
Not exactly, because we would be controlling the project for the development of it. And so there is always an element of risk, and we'd be making a conscious decision to proceed or not. And so, as I pointed out, we can mitigate the initial risk of securing the anticipated funding. I think it's difficult to mitigate the risk around escalation during building. And then there's the long term. So I think the situation is a little different to other things that we choose to proceed with in the city. And, one of the philosophies behind all of the funding elements from the state and the federal government, and reference in our community recreation facility plan, is to drive towards shared facilities. The reality is we cannot afford to maintain all of the single-use facilities that we have in the city. We have to do something differently.
Thank you. Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wondering, this was touched on I think a couple of times tonight. Wesley College is proposed to be a substantive, if not equal, equity partner on this proposed project and with the lease. So I'm just wondering why they haven't been named in the deed, please. I think there's a few people that have got that question outstanding, which I thought might be good to ask and get that answered if possible.
Thank you, Director Adams.
So the council resolution was to negotiate a lease agreement, an option to lease agreement and lease agreement with WASP. So we followed that. I'm not sure what the relationship between Wesley and WASP is in terms of being able to sign agreements together, but we followed what the council resolution was and negotiated directly with WASP.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Brandes.
Thank you, Presiding Member. I've got a couple of questions that follow on from that question, Councillor Choi. So with regard to Wesley, they are going to be approximately a 50% joint venture partner. So ordinarily, if you have equity partners, would it not be reasonable to actually include them in on the agreement because of their contribution?
Director Adams.
Well, that's something for WASP and Wesley to work out. I don't know whether the situation that was described in the feasibility plan or the feasibility study still exists to this day, and I haven't heard anything from Wesley either supporting or not supporting the previous position of recent times. So what I'm saying is that we went ahead and negotiated as we were directed to do with WASP. And so, if they want to include Wesley at a later date, then they'll need to approach us to bring it back to council for another decision.
All right, thank you, Director Adams. I've got a couple more questions with regard to the same sort of matter. So Wesley College have got a lease over the Oval Collier Reserve, and that's directly with the state. I understand that lease is at more of a commercial rate. Is that correct? And if so, do we have the amount on hand as to what that lease cost is?
No, I've got it off the top of my head. It's about $11,500 a year I think the initial term was 10 years and and a renewal term of 10. Just to be clear, you mentioned Collier. Wesley has a lease over Collins. So Wesley controls Collins, not Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. So with regard to that lease, obviously the state has indicated that they would prefer more commercial rates of return with regard to leases over their land. Is that the reason why that lease with Wesley College is at a more commercial rate?
That lease was struck in 2019. I'm not sure how they would have valued it, and I'm not sure that it really represents a commercial rate. I wouldn't have thought for a ground lease of 35,000 square metres or thereabouts.
So if Wesley was named in this options deed, would it be more appropriate that a more commercial rate would be applied given the existing lease they've got with the state?
All I can say is that the current option to lease document and the lease agreement represent what was resolved by council at the February 2024 OCM. So we haven't attempted to do anything outside of what council directed us to do in terms of negotiating an option to lease and a lease agreement.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams. Again, with regard to the arrangement, so I see that the option to lease cannot be assigned by WASP. However, WASP can negotiate in good faith with other entities or organisations for a sublease or a licence. Can the administration please advise whether they consider that to be appropriate, or should the city be considering and reviewing and arranging for subleases or licences over city land?
So any sublease or licence would have to be approved by the city anyway, and by the minister. So I think one thing that probably hasn't been raised tonight is that whatever council decides also needs to be agreed to by the minister, and so any lease on this on this piece of land would require ministerial approval.
Thank you, Director Adams. So what I'm seeing at the moment is I think we might have a gap in that aspect with regard to the city agreeing to the sublease, entering into that sublease, and also for the minister as well. Would that be fair to say?
No, the clause is contained within the lease agreement.
It is? Okay, thank you. Yep. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Coveney.
Just a point of clarity, I think Director Adams had said a few questions ago you weren't sure of Wesley's position. I thought in February the principal of Wesley gave a deputation that said they were supportive of the relocation to Collier and to contribute.
That's what they said in February. They told me something different in January, so we haven't heard anything recently.
Councillor Navard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just wondering if you have a large substantial partner in a project and they are a silent partner, does that in any way increase the level of risk for the project that's being undertaken?
And I think Director Adams made it clear that we've negotiated a lease and a lease option with WASPs. We haven't contemplated what arrangements are behind that or what impact they have.
Can I just say I'm a little bit concerned about the level of hypotheticals that we're moving into, so I'd prefer if councillors could please keep their questions directly on point to what we've got in front of us. Thank you.
One last point. The exercise, if you look at clause 5 of the option, the exercise of the option is subject to 5.1 the granting and obtaining of the development approval, the grantee obtaining the development approval, the grantee demonstrating to the grantor reasonable satisfaction that the grantee has secured funding for the development. So no lease will be granted until these conditions precedent are actually met. So these are what they have to come up with. So, so the funding will be a matter to be determined by them and to our satisfaction before the option is actually turned into a lease.
Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just wondering, does the city know what has been expended to date on this item, and in particular in relation to the lease preparation, please?
Thank you, Director Evans.
Yeah, so to date we've spent $11,000 and something with legal fees for preparation of the lease. That's it in terms of cash expenditure. It doesn't obviously include officer time.
Any further questions? Councillor Brendan Randis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. With regard to the exercising of the lease option, it notes that the option period within which WASP can exercise the option to lease will be 3 years commencing on the date when the last party signs the option to lease, after which time the option will lapse. So from this item coming back for consideration, that was in February, 7 months have elapsed. We still haven't got to the point of signing or even knowing when the last party will sign, and 3 years will commence from that period. If the hypothetical is that the last party signs in 1 year or 2 years, this entire option could be 5 years and 7 months that have already passed. Can I have a little bit of clarity around this? Because that seems like an awfully open clause.
So there's a simple answer. We don't have any control over when the minister does or does not signal approval for the option to lease and the lease agreement. So we can't put a set date in there because we can't sign and WASP can't sign until after the minister has approved it.
Thank you, Director Adams. Yeah, so that was the next point that I wanted to clarify was, does this go to the Minister first for consideration and approval, then comes back to WASPs? And if so, there could be a delay in that timing period as well.
Director Adams.
I could ask it as a question, yeah. Sorry, I made it more as a comment, but I can ask it as a question. So if the Minister is to sign first, and then this is to be returned to the WASPs for signing and consideration, if there could be a further delay with regard to their signing to make this an even longer period, is that correct?
I'm sure that once the Minister has agreed to it, if that's what happens, then WASP will be keen to sign it and the city will sign it at the same time. So I don't think there would be any significant delay because WASP would already have had their approvals through their board to sign it, I would imagine. So it will just be reliant on when the Minister grants approval.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Brendan Brandis' questions. So what happens with the parcel of land in question then during, like, say, the next 3 years if the lease does get, the documents get executed and we're sort of it's waiting development or, I don't know, the next steps? What happens to that land in the meantime? Like, what can the city do with it in terms of leasing, licensing, that kind of thing?
Director Adams.
So it's just business as usual. So obviously we wouldn't enter into any leases over that particular portion, but it would still continue to be used as active sporting grounds and could be booked on seasonal or short-term basis. There's nothing to stop us giving people licences on there, but we just wouldn't enter into any other leases.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Just a general question. Will there be an update from Hockey WA in the near future? If we just please be advised.
So we were seeking to get a briefing to Council by Hockey WA following similar information that they'd actually presented to a number of clubs and the city previously. Hockey WA need the state government to be present at that briefing, and so that's what they're trying to organise. I'm hoping to hear from them soon around that. But in terms of some of the access that has been offered to the clubs, Hockey WA has provided that information to us, and it's things like primary access to night training for seniors and juniors, access to meeting rooms and function rooms at no cost, capacity to conduct summer hockey programs for juniors using free turf hire, no outgoings such as lease and licence fees, staffing or operational costs, utility charges or cleaning costs, no repairs and maintenance costs, the offer of reduced hire fees, and option of providing their own volunteers or ground controllers and scoreboard operators. They have been declined by club presidents because they prefer to have people paid to do that. The offer of club signage has always been available to the clubs. Access to scoreboards, including the ability to use the scoreboards for messaging, club-specific advertising and things like that. And in our discussions with Hockey WA, they've also said they would consider, subject to finalisation of the agreements with the state, ability for revenue sharing. And they have also said that the permanent display of memorabilia was a possibility as well. So that's the things that we've been told.
Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Thank you, CEO Bradford. With regard to the conversation we had earlier this evening with the South Perth United Football Club, there was concern about the ability to sort of co-use the fields for the two different sports. Could I just have some feedback as to what extent we're actually able to would be able to get another club, community club or facility that could actually use the same field, because this is one of the actual requirements, that they do actually secure another club or community group to actually co-use.
Director Shaw.
Thank you. I think what we would probably do is talk to the existing users to see whether or not their needs could still be met and accommodated with the shared arrangement. If, for example, baseball needed to be moved, we would then put out an expression of interest to see whether or not there are any other suitable user groups that could fit around WASP's use of the reserve.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Any other questions? Councillor Brenda.
Thank you, Director Shaw and Presiding Member. A couple of questions just with regard to the environmental impact, and we did have quite a few quite a few deputations with regard to this evening. Obviously, tree loss is going to be fairly significant. Has there been any review done with regard to the percentage of canopy cover that would be lost and wouldn't be replaced with trees, given the scale, height, and the age of those trees? And also, has there been any further review been done with regard to the impact that area would have with regard to the heater island effect with the turfs and the clubhouse?
Director Imprima.
It's not something that we've specifically looked at any further on what that impact would be.
Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Brenda Reza's question, there was a very meaningful deputation I really appreciated hearing this evening about the Carnaby cockatoos. Is there been any sort of thoughts about the potential impact on the cockatoos in the area with loss of habitat potentially at Collier Reserve, and like what sort of flow and effect might that have throughout the district with their populations and I don't know, their habits, I guess.
Director Primo.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We haven't done a specific environmental study on the impacts that the development would have.
Director Adams.
So one of the things under the conditions precedent is that the grantee must prepare and submit to the city a tree management plan for the development. So we need them to actually do a tree management plan around what they're proposing to develop, and that needs to be to the satisfaction of the city.
Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. I think I've got two final questions with regard to this item. The first one is just with regard to, we've heard about public open space, but probably in context of active public open spaces and the future need for retention of those active public open spaces. I'm just wondering if the administration has considered that with the growth of these clubs. Tonight we heard that the South Perth United Football Club is growing phenomenally. They're going to add an extra couple hundred members in a couple of years. So obviously the growth of demand is there, and also more so with regard to the forecast population growth and the need to retain those places. If the administration could probably just provide more so with regard to active public open spaces, if possible.
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, so just to clarify, you're seeking an indication of how we're providing new public open space? Yep, so I mean, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to balance the different clubs to make sure they're compatible with winter and summer sports, to make sure they can be they can use the existing reserves we have. But as was mentioned earlier, we're looking into a feasibility study to see whether or not Elm Street can be developed for sports spaces, which will provide some additional playing fields for potentially our existing clubs that are at capacity, or to provide for different sports or user groups not currently catered for in the city. We are preparing the public open space strategy, and as part of that we can look at whether or not we can rationalise any of our public open space, or whether or not we can use any contributions and the like to build up a reserve to acquire freehold land. But for the reasons I mentioned earlier, that would be quite difficult. We can also look at whether or not we have any freehold land parcels that we can dispose of or turn into public open space where they're not currently used for that purpose. But we'll identify all of those options through the public open space strategy.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Director Shaw, and thank you, Presiding Member. A final question just with regard to, this evening we did hear that there were concerns from the WASPs that the facility proposed over at Curtin would not be able to accommodate all of their needs. I just wanted a bit of clarification. Are we aware of any of their needs that would not be accommodated? Because I was of the understanding that, you know, earlier conversations with Hockey Australia were going to accommodate most of what they required.
So the critical thing is that WASPs are seeking a single site that has grass hockey fields, turf and a clubhouse. That can't be accommodated at Curtin for the exclusive use. That can't be accommodated at Curtin. There are no grass fields at Curtin. Hockey WA has got an infrastructure plan that identifies having that sort of thing in a number of areas across the metropolitan area as the ideal solution, but recognises that probably can't be achieved.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. So with regard to their earning of their revenue and also the hanging of their memorabilia, that could be accommodated, I understand.
So the agreements between, Perth Hockey Stadium is being managed by the state government, and then I think there's an arrangement between Venues West and Hockey WA. I think that's still being sorted out in the detail, and so the detail of agreements with the clubs, but certainly the indications that the Hockey WA have made, representations that Hockey WA made to us, is that the things I read out earlier, and the ability to have memorabilia on display, and possibly revenue sharing, there was a question mark about whether that could be negotiated, were possibilities, but they would have to be fleshed out in the detail.
Thank you, Mr Bradford.
Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions as well. I noticed that, I just recalled that there was a deputation made, or maybe a couple of deputations made, that disputed some of the points and content of the officer's report, I think in particular in relation to the funding or financial risk. I'm just wondering if the city officers had anything they wanted to comment on or say about that.
I think we've had a pretty detailed discussion around the financial risk already tonight.
Thanks, CEO Bradford. So, yeah, so you stand by everything that was in the report. There's nothing there that you think that's been missed out or...
And the comments we made after in the questions that we've answered.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. Thank you.
I'll just make a comment. I think there may be some commentary around that there's a lack of some detail around some of the things in this report, and that's primarily because they were already included in previous reports. So we didn't go through this report and revisit all the issues that we raised with the feasibility study. I guess that's already been discussed and it's in previous reports. So we didn't go and rehash all of that. So I mean, we've put forward a report that follows on from those other reports. So there were a number of things that were raised with regard to some of the aspects of the feasibility study that you can go back and review in terms of the financial risks associated with it.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Braddis.
Thank you, Presiding Member. With regard to the Como Secondary College, we've heard that mentioned a couple of times tonight. Has the city had any conversations with them about the progress of that possible development?
So I have had discussions with the principal of Como Secondary probably 8 to 12 months ago, where he indicated that they were working on a master plan and that he would welcome the idea of a turf being located at Como Secondary. Today, I received a copy of, I think it was distributed at a P&C meeting, and it reflects, as I understand it, the state government has initiated a project definition plan to look at a master planning activity for Como Secondary, and one of the plan documents shows a hockey turf, but we literally saw that today, which I suspect WASPs were in the same boat.
Councillor Coveney.
Just a question arising from that answer. I understood the city's position was that they thought Hockey WA wouldn't support, or the state government wouldn't support, a synthetic turf at Collier Park because there was 4 turfs at the redevelopment. But now you're saying the state government is supporting this master plan that proposes a synthetic turf at Como.
That's not what I said. What I said is that there is a plan that indicates there is a desire to have a turf. I don't know. I think it's got to go through all the options for consideration by the state government.
Thank you. Does anybody have any further questions? No? I have a few. Okay, and these are largely procedural, so I think they should be fairly short and sharp. So I am very curious as to the way that this item has been presented on the agenda this evening, particularly given that it was a previous decision of council, number 0224 of 28. And for all intents and purposes, the city has proceeded to act on the decision as it is required to do. So in order to satisfy myself that this council is compliant with the requirements of the legislation and is acting consistent with the principles of good governance, I have to ask these questions. So first of all, in reading the officer's recommendation, it is proposed to substantially change the outcome of the February council decision. Does the city accept this position?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
The officer's recommendation is intended to substantially change the outcome of the February 2024 council decision.
I don't agree with that. the decision was to bring, one of the things was to bring a report back to council. When we bring a report back, we need to make a recommendation. Difficult for us to make a recommendation that's different to the recommendation that we've been making consistently over a number of years. So I disagree with what you've said. We were tasked with bringing a report back. With a report comes a recommendation. We've done everything that was in the council resolution, and the option to lease requires another decision of council, and it requires us to make a recommendation.
Partially correct. So the motion did not require a report to be presented back to council. It required a lease, an option to lease to be presented back to council. That's fine. So the second part of...
So can we just revisit that for a minute? Because whilst I don't want to enter into an argument with you, the resolution says that such option and lease be presented to council at its August 2024 ordinary council meeting, which requires us to bring a report back to council. We can't present something to council without a report.
I appreciate that, but ordinarily the principal thing would be the lease brought back to the council and then the report would be attached to the lease.
So is that not the case?
No, what has happened is the administration have brought a separate motion, quite inconsistent with the council decision that has been brought back, and then recommended the lease as an alternate.
We have not brought a motion, we brought a recommendation. So the recommendation is what city officers provide with every report. I have provided, or we have provided, a recommendation that reflects a consistent view of the city, and we have complied with everything that was in the resolution of council.
So if you have not brought a motion, why is the lease brought as an alternate motion?
A recommendation is not a motion until it's been moved and seconded. So it's up to council. I've presented two options for council to move and second. They can move and second the first recommendation, or they can move and second the second recommendation, at which point it will become a motion. So the officer recommendation doesn't even need to be debated, because someone can move the alternate recommendation prior to even debating the officer recommendation that's at the front of the report.
That's good to know. Thank you. So, but you don't accept that the officer's recommendation is to substantially undo what was done in February?
It can't be to undo it because we've already done it. We've already done what council asked us to do. It's done. It's in the report, the options there and the lease is there. It's done. We've complied with it. So there is the option for council to move the officer recommendation number one as a motion, or the second recommendation. I'm guessing that somebody will move the second recommendation.
Okay. So do you accept that no new evidence or change of circumstances has been presented to council providing any basis for a change in its February decision?
Yes, and that's why our recommendation is consistent with the recommendations we provided previously.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think we're finished. Oh, Councillor Coveney.
Sorry, I just want to confirm what the new information is from February.
To be clear, I said there is no new information, and that's why our recommendation was the same as it was previously.
we haven't included in the report, but we actually have had a meeting with Hockey WA that has reaffirmed the offer of what was made available to the clubs. So that is different to what we knew in February. Consistent with what we knew before February, though.
Thank you. Can you just help me explain why the WASP position seems to be so different? The deputations from the President say...
I can't explain WASP's position, and that's why we're seeking to get Hockey WA to brief council.
Thank you. Okay. Mr Bradford, would you like to move on to the next item?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 10.1.2, Community Recreation Facilities Plan 2019 to 2033 review. This report presents a review of the Community Recreation Facilities Plan for Council's endorsement.
Thank you. Councillors, does anybody have any questions? Oh, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've got a number of questions. The first one is there a reason for reviewing and endorsing this plan ahead of the City finalising and presenting to Council the overarching draft public open space strategy, as should these documents not be reviewed together along with the place-based plan potentially, please?
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So there's no need for them to be considered separately because the Community Rec Facility Plan serves a different purpose to the Public Open Space Strategy. So the POS strategy deals with things like future provision of open space, whole-of-life costs associated with the open space itself, industry and regional trends associated with it, and it's more used from a planning tool to justify contributions for public open space as well, which is why we do that analysis of terms of how much local open space is provided per suburb. It does have bearing on the place-based plan though, and will be, as part of the formulation of the public open space strategy, looking at the place-based plan itself and considering whether or not it's suitable for that to be revoked or superseded, because a lot of the information that's contained in the place-based plan, for example, things to do with the hierarchy of public open space and the like, would then be obsolete as part of the public open space strategy. So you can still consider the community recreation facilities plan ahead of that because they serve a different function.
And further to that, I'm very keen to bring the review forward in a reasonable time frame because Council has been very keen to move on with additional community recreation facilities. And now that we have clarity over the RAF funding, we can provide more certainty about what the decisions around Council for the future priorities are. And that's why the report recommends consideration moving ahead with indoor sports courts, consideration at GBLC or another location, and the Challenger Master Plan, because I understand that's Council's priority in terms of moving forward with community recreation facilities.
Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to Director Shaw and CEO Bradford. As it appears, the Department of Local Government, Sports and Culture requires a needs assessment to be undertaken, together with strategic planning evidence to justify and substantiate the need for a facility. Where is this analysis for our district, please, for councillors to review alongside the proposed new facilities plan?
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So what we would do as each project comes forward, the assessment would be undertaken as part of the future planning for that facility itself. So Council would be across the details as we go forward with each of the future projects.
Thank you, through the Chair to Director Shaw. So in terms of a needs analysis for that project, that facility in the first instance, where does that come in?
So the overall needs analysis is represented in the Community Recreation Facilities Plan at the broad level, but the specific needs analysis for each site would be done as part of a business case for each project. We can't possibly do every possible project as a business case before we do anything.
Councillor Choi.
Thank you, through the Chair again to Director Shaw and CEO Bradford. So just using for an example a needs analysis I saw by the town of Vic Park, I think it was done a few years ago. They did an overarching needs analysis for all sport and recreation across it. It wasn't a plan, it was a needs analysis document for all types of sports. From what I can recall, I haven't seen it for a few months now, but from what I can recall, it listed everything that possibly the community would want and need. So I know the plan has that, but in terms of the needs analysis towards that plan, for that plan to have been generated, was there anything done previously or?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It actually falls into the background as part of the review for the plan itself. So there's a number of things that we need to consider in formulation of the strategic document. So things like oversupply of rec facilities, any undersupply, co-location, demographic information, population statistics, anticipated future facility utilisation, and comparing that to our current utilisation for different facilities. So we review all of that in light of industry trends as well as forecasted future sports and things, so where we get requests. And we use that to form the basis of the strategic plan itself. Then when we go down into the individual projects themselves, that's where we need to do the detailed needs analysis that forms part of the business case, and that follows the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries guidelines.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you through the chair again to Director Shaw. So the city says it needs to spend approximately $88 million to maintain current community recreation facilities in the district and another $55 million to develop new recreation centres over the next 10 years. Where does the city envisage this money will come from, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So there's a range of sources. It would be, we would obviously seek grant funding from state and federal governments where we can, contributions from the clubs, so with the grant funding where they provide a third, municipal funds as well as our reserves. That's typically the funding sources for rec facilities.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you through the chair again to Director Shaw. As the land utilisation plan has been referred to in the draft recreation facilities plan, can that document be made publicly available now, please?
I might have to take that one on notice unless Director Adams has got a view.
So that document was never written with the intention that it would be a public document. Is internal. I mean, there's nothing particularly confidential about it, but it was to be used as a reference for internal reference and for us to for council to know that we have a process for evaluating land decisions about land assets. I'm not sure of the value of making it public. I'm not sure whether there's any value or there's any real downside to it, but I'll take it under consideration and get back to you.
Any further questions? No? Okay, I have a few from Councillor Cridland who's emailed them through to me, and they are for you, Mr Bradford. He has asked if the East Fremantle multi-club facility has been an expensive debacle of a remarkable magnitude that is entirely unfit for purpose, threatens the future of the biggest user and most successful waffle club, and has made that local government a national laughing stock. So have you spoken with the East Fremantle Football Club or John McGrath, who would confirm that?
We haven't spoken specifically on it, but we're aware of what's gone on there, and we would consider that as a lessons learned.
Well, that's excellent, because he has then said, will you commit the city to avoiding similar disasters with badly designed, unworkable, multi-use facilities for our community clubs and local government reputation?
Yes.
Thank you. He has also asked if you have already told the Croquet Club that the city administration is looking at forcing them to move their home of 95 years.
The city is not looking at moving the Croquet Club. It is, I do note though, the Croquet Club is an old building, is on freehold land, and like the recommendation in the Community Recreation Facilities Plan, it suggests we need to look at do further research on future uses and alternate locations. That's a similar recommendation made for a number of single-use facilities that are ageing.
Just to add to that, page 20 of the Community Rec Facilities Plan outlines the city's commitment, where it says, while the city encourages the shared use of community facilities where appropriate, it does not support forced amalgamation of sporting clubs.
Thank you for clarifying. The next question is, if the administration is looking at closing the South Perth Library, selling off the South Perth Senior Sit Centre, after selling off their bus that was donated by the Royal Perth Golf Club and selling off the South Perth Bridge Club. I think he's saying, are you looking at doing those things?
There was a mismatch of locations there. I've got no idea what you were referring to.
Is the city looking at closing the South Perth Library, selling off the South Perth Senior Citizen Centre, after selling off their bus that was donated by the Royal Perth Golf Club and selling off the South Perth Bridge Club?
So we will review all of our land assets and consider them on a case-by-case basis. There are no plans for certainly the South Perth Library to be sold. There are no current plans for the South Perth Senior Citizens to be sold, although we are looking at the potential redevelopment of that site and potentially including that space in a redevelopment on that site. And with respect to the Bridge Club, it has been well known that the Bridge Club is on freehold land and that we would consider an alternate location for that. And we have had discussions with the Bridge Club, and the Bridge Club are open to considering that.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, and now I have a few questions. I do note that the Community Facilities Plan was intended to operate from 2019 to 2033, and that plan was adopted after quite a series of meetings and included extensive public consultation before it was finalised into its current form. So it was prepared for a 14-year time frame, and I'm a bit unclear as to why what I consider are quite substantial amendments are being presented to the council in expectation of being adopted, which potentially has quite significant impacts on many of the groups within our community without public consultation, and from my understanding we've had a single workshop. So, okay.
Yeah, we've actually had 2 workshops with council on the Community Recreation Facilities Plan. I'm not sure that it is a substantial departure from the previous plan. It's a minor amendment and really reflects a couple of recent priorities with the main changes, the certainty over the RAF, and that's the main change. So
Sorry, and Collier Park Village and the disposal and funds from that and what they would be used for.
And so I don't think there's it's not a significant change, but again, I'll reiterate, it was important, given we now have knowledge of the RAF outcome and the funding for that, to provide a way forward that council can make a decision on its priority for seeking additional community recreation facilities. And that's why we brought it forward now. So Mr Quigley's got something to add.
Thank you. So the main amendments to the plan were presented at the council workshop in September. So just in summary, the plan has been updated to show the amendments to the strategic community plan references. So a couple of minor changes there. The community recreation facilities list has also been amended because the list that was presented in 2019 is no longer current. The content around the community usage data has been amended to reflect recent statistics from the Ausplay sports participation data. Key findings content has been updated, and then the recommendations as presented to reflect recent council decisions about the RAF and other community facilities has been updated.
Okay, thank you. So can the city explain why the amendment of this plan has taken precedence over many other outdated strategic plans and policies, for which the council has cited a lack of resources as the reason for not being able to progress them? So in other words, what is the urgency of bringing these amendments now without any public consultation that does involve the ratepayers of the district, so that we can consider their feedback before needing to make a decision?
I'm not sure of any plans that we've said we can't proceed, so if you want to state them, I'd be happy to address them. But in terms of the bringing this forward at this point in time, council has made it clear that additional community recreation facilities are a priority, and with the certainty over the RAF, we brought forward this plan to reflect those priorities, in particular indoor sports courts at George Burnett and the Challenger Master Plan. I was under the impression that council saw those as making a decision on proceeding with community recreation facilities as a priority. That's why it's been brought forward.
So if I can also add in respect to the consultation, the city undertakes consultation with the affected stakeholders and the community on the rec facilities project when they're planned for implementation in any instance. So this document itself will set the strategic direction as well for the city to actually start planning for those projects. But as part of the detailed design and following funding allocations, we would consult with the stakeholders and the community on the individual projects.
But surely you need to engage with the stakeholders before putting it into a plan.
Sorry, not on the detailed design of each of the buildings. So if council endorses this approach in terms of the priority projects outlined within the report, when we go to detailed design, we would engage with the community. We would also seek their feedback in terms of formulating what the appropriate design of those facilities would be. So for example, with the Challenger Reserve Master Plan, before we went about engaging somebody to do the design work for that, we would consult with the existing user groups and any other potential user groups in the district as to what an appropriate design would be for that facility, and then we would go to broader community consultation.
Yeah, you may have misunderstood my question. It wasn't in relation so much to the design of the facilities, but really it was more broadly, as I noticed, you know, obviously the library being closed, the croquet club looking, there's quite a number of things in the community recreation facilities plan that's quite different from what the current plan is. So the libraries being oversupplied in the city, the senior citizen centres being oversupplied in the city. The city currently has dormant bowling greens that could be considered for other purposes. An opportunity to relocate the Bridge Club to an alternate site. Bowling greens oversupplied within the city. And there's an opportunity to consider consolidation. I'm just curious.
There's statements of fact based on the AusPlay data around what is appropriate for a city of this size. They are factors that are taken into account that then flow into the considerations, but none of those things are said as they are identified as things to be done. They are observations.
But I can see that they have been put into the draft plan.
So for example, with the libraries, the recommendation there would be that further research should be undertaken by the city to consider alternative building usage options for the libraries. And so we would engage with the users in the community when we seek to undertake that body of work. But this just sets that strategic direction for us to do that based on the data that we have from AusPlay.
So the intention is for us to set the strategic direction without feedback.
Well, the feedback would be sought as we go through that process, should council endorse this position.
What it's actually saying is the city will undertake further research and bring that information back to council for decision making.
Thank you. I've finished my questions. Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think, CEO, you'd said that it's the view that council supports, obviously, indoor sports courts and that progressing sooner rather than later. So if we don't pass this plan, will that defer that progressing?
It certainly doesn't give me the clear direction from council to proceed on that, no.
Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There were a couple of, or at least one comment made in a deputation this evening about the new plan or updated plan, including KPIs and benchmarking and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering if the city has any comments on that. Just I guess maybe that was coming from making sure that we do deliver what the community might be expecting or sporting groups might be expecting, that's all.
So I might get Mr Quigley to add to this, but through the two workshops that council participated in on the review and the work that has been done in the background in terms of reviewing current usage, population trends, changes in sport usage and all of those things, that they're the things at which you benchmark the needs of a community against. and they are reflected in the reviewed plan, an update from a previous plan. One of the comments that was made in that deputation regarding particularly around WASPs, was that how could you possibly make a decision on this plan when WASP was outstanding? In fact, we contemplate both outcomes in the plan, and like all good plans, they are modified and changed as the circumstances change and the facts change. But in terms of the community recreation facilities plan, it represents an analysis of the needs and options for the city to proceed in terms of managing its current facilities and planning for new.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay, we can move on to the next item. Thank you, Mr Bradford.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. The next item is item 10.1.3, RFT 4 of 24, replacement of concrete slab footpath with in situ concrete. This report considers submissions received from advertising of tender 4 of 24 for the replacement of concrete slab footpath with in situ concrete. The report outlines the assessment process used for the tenders received and recommends the approval of the tender that provides the best value for money and level of service to the city. I note there is a confidential attachment to this item.
Thank you. I will ask questions. However, I will say if it relates to the confidential attachment, we might move it to the end. Nope. Thank you. Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering where this is for exactly. So I'm trying to go through the report going, what are we replacing concrete slab footpath with in situ concrete? Like, where is it throughout the district? Is this a new thing that's happening now, or is it at one particular location? Or
Sorry, Director Amprimo.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, this is in relation to our annual programme that we complete every year in terms of slab footpath replacement.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Okay, we can move on to the next item.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 10.3.1, Draft Karrawara Pedestrian and Cycle Access Plan. The purpose of this report is for Council to endorse the Draft Karrawara Pedestrian and Cycle Access Plan for advertising.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions on this item? No. Thank you.
Thanks. Item 10.3.2, proposed change of use, multiple dwelling to holiday accommodation, Lot 6, Number 6, 281 Mill Point Road, South Perth. The purpose of this report is to consider an application for development approval for a change of use from a multiple dwelling to holiday accommodation on Lot 6, Number 6/281 Mill Point Road, South Perth. The item is referred to Council as the proposed land use falls outside of the delegation offices. For the reasons outlined in the report, it is recommended that the application be approved subject to condition.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions on this item? Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I noticed that there were a handful of objections to this application, but not anywhere near as many letters that were sent out to residents in the area. But just for those, I guess, handful of residents that did object, what happens if one of the conditions or any of the conditions are not met by the applicant, if this is approved, endorsed by Council and approved? What sort of recourse do those residents potentially have down the track?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we have a compliance officer who will be able to investigate any alleged breaches of those conditions with the introduction of the registration scheme as well. If an operator breaches the conditions of a development approval, it's possible that their registration will be revoked, in which case they can no longer list on the platforms.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Thank you, Mr Bradford.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 10.3.3, Draft Local Planning Policy, Waste Management for advertising. The purpose of this report is for Council to consider adopting a new draft local planning policy, waste management, for the purpose of advertising.
Councillors, do you have any questions on this item? No? Thank you.
Item 10.4.1, Listing of Payments, August 2024. This report presents to Council a list of accounts paid under delegated authority between 1 and 31 August for information. It also includes purchase card transactions between 1 July and 31 July in line with the new legislative requirements.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions on this item? No? Thank you. you, Mr Bradford.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 10.4.2, monthly financial statements August 2024 and carry forward budget adjustments. The monthly financial statements are provided within attachments A through I, with a high level of analysis contained in the comments of the report. The detail of the carry forward budget adjustments is provided within attachments J and K, with commentary and a high level analysis also contained in the report.
Councillors, do we have any questions on this item? Nope. Thank you.
Item 10.5.1, internal audit, review of the internal audit log. This report tables the internal audit review of the internal audit log in accordance with the City's Strategic Internal Audit Plan 22-23 to 26-27. The review contains one audit finding with notations and observations. The audit includes strengths, weaknesses, ratings, issues, recommendations and management comments.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Councillors, do we have any questions on this item? Nope. Thank you, Mr Bradford.
Item 10.5.2, quarterly activity report. This report outlines activities undertaken as proposed by the City of South Perth relating to risk management, business continuity, workplace health and safety during the first quarter of 24-25 financial year, and an overview of the activities planned for the second quarter.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Councillors, do we have any questions on this one? Nope. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 10.5.3, Audit Register Progress Report. Fourth quarter update including external audit interim report. This report provides an update of the progress of actions included in the audit register. The audit register includes all open audit findings that have previously been accepted by the Audit Risk Governance Committee and Council. The report confirms to the Audit Risk and Governance Committee that the interim external audit of the 23-24 financial statements has been finalised with no findings to report. Consequently, with reference to this audit, there are no new items to record in the audit register.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions on this one? No. Thank you. Let's move on.
Thanks. Item 10.5.4, Policy Review. The terms of reference of the Audit Risk and Governance Committee include responsibility for reviewing the City's policies. A number of policies are now presented to for the consideration of the Committee and referral to Council for adoption.
Councillors, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've got some queries in relation to 4 of the policies, 2 of the revised and 2 of the revoked. So in relation to P102 Community Funding Program, just in looking at level 3 individual development grants on page 2 of that policy, where it's proposed to take out the maximum amounts for interstate travel and international travel as part of that development grant. I'm just wondering, when has this actually been used, like level 3? When has a city ever paid for a resident under this policy to travel interstate or overseas?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I can't think of any instances. However, it's if somebody made the application and were seeking funding assistance, we could consider it under the policy.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thanks, through the Chair, to Director Shaw. So is there must be a current budget allocation for it then, in case someone did apply for it? No?
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, there's grant funding allocated by Council. There's a nominal amount and we assess applications and issue the funding in accordance with that. But where we don't receive an application for that purpose, they obviously won't receive funding.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thanks again, through the Chair, to Director Shaw. So would there be any implications with us removing that level 3, just leaving level 1 and 2 in, but removing level 3 altogether? So do we really need it, and would community members be pleased that their rates are funding an individual's travel allowance for whatever purpose?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is open for Council to remove it.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Councillor Choi.
Thank you, through the Chair, to Director Shaw. Now, the next policy I wanted to look at was P106, use of city reserves and facilities. The main query I've got here is the increasing of the definition of a large-scale event from 500 to 2,000. What type of event is the city envisaging would attract 2,000 or more people? Like, why has the city gone from 500 to 2,000?
So this was discussed at the Audit Risk and Governance Committee. In the specific example, I might get Director Shaw to add to it, but the specific example is we're about to start park runs in the city, and we'd expect more than 500 people to attend a park run easily when they were up and running. And so that's an example where we've thought it was necessary to increase the size. Director Shaw might want to add to that.
Councillor Choi.
Yeah, thanks through the chair to CEO Bradford. So the city does a Million Pools Walk for RSPCA. That doesn't offend this policy, and that's been done year on year, because I believe it's in relation to a designated area rather than just a walking area or running area, or I'm just wondering why hasn't this policy been amended before if it is going to impact on a new initiative like Park Run when we've been doing Millions Pools Walk every year with hundreds of people.
There was a discussion around the appropriate scale of events on the foreshore and the recognition that we easily get past 500. It doesn't take many people to get past 500 for an event, and so therefore we thought it was appropriate to increase the size.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thanks again through the chair to CEO Bradford. Is the city aware of the background of the policy as it stands, and including the cap that's currently in there, the 500? And in terms of the issues that have occurred in the past with residents' complaints when there was not a cap in place?
Yes.
Thank you, CEO Bradford. And how does the city then envisage mitigating the risk of those complaints coming back again if we're now going to increase the definition of a large-scale event to 2,000?
I reckon we've demonstrated over certainly the 3.5 years that I've been here that we manage events really well on the foreshore, and I don't think we've had too many complaints. But Australia Day is the risk item that we have, and that's changed. But in terms of future events, I think we've demonstrated good decision making in terms of approving events. There's a number of events that we have not approved to proceed on the foreshore. Council probably isn't even aware of those, and we make decisions on those through a working group that consists of staff across the city, and I think we've demonstrated good management of events on the foreshore, and so I'm confident we can continue to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you through the chair again to CEO Bradford. Has the city received firework applications? Because I'm noticing there's a new firework provision as well, and busking in there as well. I don't have any queries around the busking, but I'm a bit curious about the fireworks, because it says fireworks, whether it be public or private, event or shows. I'm just wondering, has the city received any interest or applications for fireworks? And if so, for where and for what, and what type of event, etc.?
So I am aware that, and what triggered the changes of the policy, the city received at least one fireworks application for a wedding, which would have been a private set of fireworks on the foreshore, and we did not approve it. But we didn't have a policy that covered it, so that's why the policy has been updated. And so I think it talks about fireworks only being contemplated if they're in the public interest.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you through the chair to CEO Bradford again. I'm just wondering if this policy, if it's amended as proposed, would enable concerts of 2,000 people with fireworks and busking and whatever else might be going on, starting to take place in public open spaces that might, impact on residents' amenities, and, we might start receiving complaints. I'm just trying to, I guess, mitigate against that. So does the city have any comments about that, please?
The Sounds in the Summer concert we held on the foreshore last year. I think the weather was pretty awful, still attracted about 2,500 people. Didn't get any complaints about that. I'm confident we've got robust procedures in place to manage attendance, decision-making on whether events proceed. I reiterate, there are several events that the city has not approved to proceed. The council don't even get to council for consideration, and we make that decision. So we try to act responsibly, take into account all of those factors that you've talked about.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you through the chair again to CEO Bradford. So those ones that haven't come to council, have they purely been based on the number, the 500 cap, or for other reasons?
A range of factors. The size of the event, our confidence in the event organisers' ability to plan the event and manage things like traffic, our concerns around noise. There's a range of reasons why we haven't approved things.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So moving on to the next policy, P119, which is proposed to be revoked. Just wondering whether we could receive a copy of the management practice M119, or is it in the, I think there's a management practice folder somewhere that councillors are usually privy to, and whether the management practices that have apparently some of these policies are now going to be just being referred to in management practices, which is internal, it's operational, whether they can be included in that folder and made available to elected members if we want to flick through and see what they entail, instead of being in a policy. Because one with this particular policy that we're looking at, the city is proposing to be revoked, I'm just wondering what will happen to the collections. I mean, how are they going to be dealt with without this policy? If it's going to be done within a management practice, where are they all going to, like, where are the archives going to go? Where are all the old memorabilia and and part of the collection is going to go if it's not going to be maintained as required under this policy.
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So it would still be in accordance with that. It's just we don't require a policy to do that. So it's just part of our usual management of the archives and our local history collection. So when we looked at the structure of the library, we've recently created a dedicated local history subsection, I suppose, internally for that purpose. And we have dedicated officers that are now employed to actually look after the local history collection and are planning on looking at ways that we can make that more publicly available. So it's not a requirement under any of the Australian Library and Information Services guidelines or the like to have a policy for that purpose. So it's operational, the same way that we wouldn't have a council policy on how to assess a building permit.
Councillor Brenda Abandis.
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Choi's question. So we don't probably really need a policy for this, but there are obviously guidelines or procedures with regard to how we actually administer this. Would that be fair to say? Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Choi.
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to look at the last policy I wanted to raise was P687, which is also proposed to be revoked, development of council-owned land. Just wondering, first of all, what has changed since this was last reviewed, with no amendments recommended by the City 2 years ago, and the recommendation to revoke it in full now, please.
Do it. Who wants that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can answer that. So effectively what the policy was trying to do was require external advice in relation to those types of applications that are prescribed in the policy. But if you look through the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015, a decision of council is actually required for those types of applications in any instance. So you don't need to have a council policy position. The city also has in-house expertise in relation to planning and land admin matters that would cover the requirements to actually prepare those documents before they're considered by council.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Thank you through the Chair to Director Shaw. So am I correct in saying that if this policy is revoked, there will be no automatic independent assessment of any land owned or under the control of the city that would involve rezoning or development of that land? It would just come to council with a recommendation by the city in a report, but with no independent assessment. Is that correct?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So in terms of how a scheme amendment is actually prepared, there's a certain requirement in terms of what documentation is required in support of the scheme amendment itself, which qualified planners would prepare. In terms of what the zoning would otherwise be, the city would only be putting forward a recommendation for council to consider that's in the best interest of the ratepayers of the district in any instance. And even if council didn't agree with that decision, the process for considering any rezoning of land first requires the West Australian Planning Commission to consent to advertise that document. It would then go out for community consultation. it would then come back to council for final consideration before going on to the Minister for Planning for a final decision. So there are multiple steps for rezoning of land and multiple points at which council would consider the proposal before a decision is ultimately made by the Minister. If you're talking about whether or not it's viable or what the zoning should actually be for that property, all of the yields and the like that you can get from a certain property based on land area and zoning is governed by the residential design codes anyway. So we can take whatever the land area is, attribute a proposed coding to that land and work out what the ultimate development yield would be. So there's all of those processes that are covered in regulation already anyway, so you don't need to have this policy anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Choi.
Yes, thank you. My last question. Again, thanks to Director Shaw. Is the city able to provide councillors with the, I guess, the number of times or the types of applications that this policy has been used against, just for our reference?
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My understanding is that it hasn't actually been used because council hasn't put forward rezoning and development proposals. I understand it's been involved in disposal of land, which is covered by Land Admin Act and the Local Government Act, but that's not what this policy covers. So, for example, sale of the site for Civic Heart, that wouldn't have been covered by this policy. We haven't actually sought to rezone our own land.
Director Adams.
So aside from the fact that we have a policy now and we're intending not to have a policy, council, given the decisions that council's required to make around land anyway, if council feels it necessary, then at any point at which that decision is brought to council, council's still able to resolve that we get independent advice if that's required. So it doesn't stop council from doing it. What it means is it removes the necessity to do it where it's not necessary. Because there will be instances where if this policy was applied to the letter, then we would be applying it when we really don't need to. And so it's still open to council to request independent advice if they feel they need it to make a decision on a particular piece of land.
The discussion at the Audit, Risk and Governance Committee, I mean, Director Shaw's already indicated that the Planning Commission and ministers involved in rezoning. Similarly, if there's a development application, it'll be decided by the Planning Commission as well. So there are multiple external checks and balances in terms of the process.
Thank you. All finished? One more?
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. It's just when I have, obviously I can't go back and track when this may have been used again because I thought it might be handy to have that information, but I did find a couple on a quick check, and one was in relation to the number 57 Angelo Street in 2018 following relocation of the Return Services League to the newly developed multi-purpose facility at Ernest Johnson Reserve. It was referenced there in relation to that, and also referenced in relation to the South Perth Station Precinct proposal. So, but it's not just for rezoning, it's also for development of land.
So no development applications taken place over that precinct. There's been an area that's been designated for the future station precinct, but the policy wouldn't be applicable to that.
Yeah, I'm just going back through minutes and just obviously I don't have the context, but it's been referenced. So that's where the question came from. Is there any sort of reference point for this policy against anything that may have been useful? All right, thanks.
Thank you. No further questions? Great. Okay. Mr. Bradford. Notice of motion. Okay, item 12, motions of which previous notice have been given. So we have item 12.1, notice of motion, Councillor Andre Brandis, Local Heritage Survey Review, Independent Consultant Review. Yeah. Do you want me to read it out, or does everybody know what this is? Are there any questions related to this? No. Fantastic. Okay. And now we have a confidential item, item number 15. This is when the meeting would be closed to the public. Do we have any questions on the confidential item? No, it does not appear there's any questions. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to our closure of the meeting. I declare the meeting closed at 11:39 p.m. Thank you all for your patience.